Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Friday stream, the Friday Thanksgiving Yukan Fuji Turkey Weekend stream on the WRC channel. Make sure to give a thumbs up to the stream and subscribe to WRC channel if you haven't yet. You may have noticed that today is Tips on Friday. This is a little substitution, a little quick sub in here. And I'm being joined by Tateniu, Nathanael. Hi, Nathanael.
Hello, welcome Tips. Unfortunately, I don't have the screen with your face on it, but you know what? It's all good. Replacing Chiral today.
I'm subbing in. We've got Corak, Arthur later, and Jenn. We've made a little bit of a substitute here on this Thanksgiving weekend. And Corak is an A1 leaguer, and I believe you are as well, Nathanael?
Yeah, we both play in the same
ARML.
division. Yeah, it's
congratulations.
It's a lot of fun competing against him.
Yeah, in the American Riichi Mahjong League ARML. Today's broadcast is sponsored by the World Riichi Championship and the United States Professional Mahjong League. The World Riichi Championship being the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, the next of which is coming up in Tokyo 25. And the United States Professional Mahjong League, located and headquartered in New York, Manhattan, at the Sparrow's Nest Mahjong Studio, equipped with Slim Score Ultima and Rex 3 automatic Riichi Mahjong tables. You can not only rent tables for your own games, but you can find leagues, tournaments you can participate in regularly. They even had a booth at New York Comic Con this year, which was pretty exciting. We might even have some viewers, because we definitely mentioned the channel there. Some of the viewers might have recognized Jenn, Garth, or myself as guests there. So that's pretty cool. Today we are covering the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League. It is a big tournament, 64 teams split into 16 groups of 4, and each group faces off against the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions. The top team from each group makes it to the finals, and there's also an individual section where the top individual players advance to a different finals bracket. And if you're playing very well as a player, they can make it into both the team finals and the individual finals. We have yet to see a player who's won first place in the individual and the team tournaments, but maybe it'll happen this year. That'd be pretty exciting.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, that is the Scepter League in Tokyo. There's also another set of 5 groups from Western Japan, the Orb League, and they're also added into the mix. So they'll be playing against each other until the finals, but come the finals, both leagues will merge together to have all the teams face off. There are also a few wild cards to round up the rest of the slots on the table, that being the second places from the Scepter League who are closest to the first place in their group will make it through. Today we've got Group 1 for the second time this season. So anyone who was here around the very beginning of our broadcasts, anyone who subscribed, hopefully they've been catching the broadcasts, might see some familiar faces, maybe some fans that they've been cheering for, or simply some teams that they really like. So once again, we've got free Mahjong NicoNico. I believe no relation to the Doga or the streaming site, but actually a Mahjong parlor in Shimbashi. We've got Firebird from Shinjuku Mahjong Bar. We've got Citrus, the bar in Shibuya, and we've got Full Flush, another Mahjong bar in Shimbashi. So 4 teams sponsored by actual brick and mortar Mahjong venues today. It'll be very exciting. It'll be like it's like how schools have intramurals representing the schools. Each of them is representing their own Mahjong bar, and they're gonna go against each other.
Yeah,
it's gonna be pretty exciting.
Recently I was actually watching the the stream, the Japanese version of the stream, and got to catch some of the commercials for these mahjong bars, and they've got some funny ideas. I think it was
Well,
Full Flesh
I'm
that had
glad.
the like the commercial repeated 3 different times with 3 different results. Is very funny.
You mean they have three different versions of their
Yes,
commercials?
yes, it starts out the same and ends up with a surprise twist at the end every single time. It's
Like
very
a
good.
bit of a gotcha.
Yeah,
I like that. That's
short
good
and
for
sweet.
engagement, I would say. That's A/B testing right there. ABC testing. Right. So let's take a look at who is representing our teams for this first match. Our first dealer is Mia, a repeat face on the stream. She has been on the TV broadcast before. Uh, of course, she is playing for Team Firebird there. In the south seat, we have Aimi Ueno, actually someone that Jenn, our WRC representative and mastermind behind the stream, knows a little. A little. Yeah, she's worked with her before. So that's going to be interesting. And Ueno is representing Team NicoNico. We've got in the west seat in the bottom left, Yuri Yuzuka for MahjongxBar Citrus. And in the north seat, we've got Mako Hinami from Full Flush. And it seems like all four of these players on the table for the first game are from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association, or NPM for short.
Very good. So they'll have a little bit of familiarity with each other.
Right. Might even play with each other in leagues, know each other's styles, but every association is actually quite big, so maybe not.
Yeah, I
Although I
guess.
think, considering this is the second time we've seen them on the broadcast table, and of course the teams have already been playing with each other many sessions, even off the broadcast table. I think they'll be familiar with each other by now.
Yeah, that's an interesting aspect of the game. Is you've been playing with each other all the way up to this midpoint of the season. So I imagine that you and your teammates will have looked back at the games and compared notes about play style and other things. And at this point of the season, you probably have a pretty good idea of how each other wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that common that you play the same players over and over in Mahjong. At least not in like competition type things, you know. When you play in clubs or you play at a parlor or in your home or whatever, there's usually you're like playing with the same group of friends over and over, but when it comes to things like tournaments and leagues, you're often playing a lot of different people. So I guess this gets the players to really familiarize each other with their play styles, in addition to the fact that everyone here is from NPM, so might have already played with each other.
And they're off. And as the tiles have been drawn around the table, I've been noticing a bunch of pairs, especially in dealer's hand.
Yeah, I think Mio here, or sorry, Mia seems to have the most exciting hand. Of course, we cannot leave out Ueno's hand. We see Yuzuka here with. Oh, that's a triplet. The south she just drew kind of looked like a separate tile, but it's actually a triplet. So she might be digging up some sort of triplets hand. But this is actually one of those rare hands where half of the players are going for triplets and pairs and the other half are going for sequences. Oftentimes they call them Toitsuba for the pairs and triplets rounds and Shintsuba for the sequence rounds. But that's because generally, if one player has a lot of the same of the same tiles, then other players will also have a lot of the same tiles. But here we go.
Speedy.
We have our initial win. She got the red dragon. I believe not the yeah. She is the in West player there, Yuzuka. So I think it's just one Han, maybe a Dora. Small
Yeah,
open,
I
but
think I,
very
I
fast.
think I saw some 700, 1300 points being exchanged. So we'll shift into the south round. And that's a really, fast start to this game.
Right.
Yeah, wonder how frequently we see that. I know some players tend to just try to move the dealership forward and get onto your own dealership and then try to make big points there. Other players try to build the large value hand if you have the opportunity on your non-dealer hands. I mean, in that case, she got Tempai so quickly there wasn't much else to do but take the cheap win.
Yeah, I think that hand. Well, I mean, she had the choice not to call actually, and in some of the games that we saw yesterday, there were definitely a couple players who might not have even called that first red dragon.
Hmm.
So there might be a few more choices than it seems at first glance.
Yeah, so maybe we can make a small mental note for Yuzuka, willing to open up an East one for that relatively inexpensive hand to move the dealership forward.
Right. In fact, this hand here looks very similar, but for a different player, for Hinami here.
Ueno, the dealer, another Anko of the South.
Hmm. Ueno. I wonder what she'll do with it because it is not her Yaku. It's not the Yaku of the round, right? So it's not going to make it easy to call for her, especially with the Norths in her hand as well.
Yeah,
But
feels
it's
like you.
moving pretty quickly regardless.
And sliding Riichi, not a sad thing. Oh, speaking of Riichi, that is Hinami with the early Riichi once again, end of row one.
Yeah, Hinami's got a Dora here. So there could be some value. Of course, here Ueno waiting on the 3 so not quite Tenpa yet. Hinami only able to get the 2 so wait.
I know how much you love the 3-so.
Okay. So Ueno is going to start folding a little bit, at least for now.
Yeah, with such an early Riichi, it's hard to predict what is being weighted on. I mean, the early cuts were just honors and then a one pin Riichi declaration tile. So
Mm.
I love to Riichi. I love to be the player declaring Riichi in row one. I hate to be the player defending against it. I can agree with the chatter. I half agree with the chatter. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to everybody from all places, whether you came from Jenn's personal channel, whether you came from New York Comic Con, whether you came from Discord, or you found us in the YouTube algorithm. Make sure to thumbs up so we can get more people from the YouTube algorithm. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy this professional mahjong here
By the way, it
from the
should be.
Yukan Fuji Cup.
I was going to say that it should be noted that, for the Riichi player, 5-so has come out, so the 2-so is now a Suji tile.
And you commentators curse or blessing.
Yeah, it seemed about time. I mean, if they want to fight the hand, 2-so is a great opportunity because it was paired up extra in their hand. Oh, hey, it's Ippo.
Yeah, it looks like
Welcome.
Yuzuka even lined up an Uradora there, the 9 so being flipped, making her 1 so worth a little bit more. One more Han. One more Han. Let's go.
Richidora Ura? 52?
Right. Yeah, it's a lot better than 2600, especially when the game scores are still really tight at the beginning like this. Yuzuka here is pretty interesting. She is the 2023, the most recent Princess of the Year. So, definitely a big name to live up to here. But she has no favorite tile or Yaku. She is an equal opportunity player. I guess she plays according to the book, according to what the tiles give her. And she learned Mahjong at home with her family. So, very interesting.
I tried to get my family into Mahjong, convince them to play a couple games, but still a work in progress.
Mia here is holding on to 2 Dora Norths. They are not her wind, not her seat wind, so she is going to have to sit a little bit more patiently because the rest of her hand is not so great right now. She might even move to an outside hand here. Ueno's hand doesn't look too great either. Yuzuka's hand kind of looks the best of all of them, but even it still has its tie-ups, its hold-ups with some of those bad weights. And Hinami's hand has about 2 good shapes and a pair. So it looks like this is going to be a long hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Um,
When you see high pie like this, feels like we're in for a long haul, but also an opportunity, I always think, to see what blocks, what tiles the players value, and watch them construct a hand from something that is pretty far from a completed hand. I always enjoy watching the players build from scratch.
yeah, we can see them build value or speed. A lot of times when everyone's hand is that bad, you don't assume that the other three players have as bad a hand as you, so you can often see more premature folding or discarding. But sometimes, if you're reading the discards on the board, you can sort of get a clue that, okay, maybe their hands are also kind of bad. The other thing is, even about these bad hands, a lot of them are only three away from Tenpai. And so while it looks bad, if you pull the rabbit out of the hat and get the perfect three tiles, you can actually advance very quickly. There's just such a small chance. Interesting Mia here making the call. She is going to go for that outside look. With the two Dora in hand, it's probably the easiest way for her to try and cash them in, and I'm sure she wants to.
Easily. And of course, when you're one of the other players holding the Dora Northwind, you have to be a little bit concerned when players start to open for outside tiles, because if they have a pair, you don't want to feed them the third for a triplet of the Dora.
That's right. And you can see Ueno here is definitely cognizant of that. She has not thrown this north, even though it's doing nothing in her hand. It is her wind, so I mean, if she gets a pair of it, she could look to call it, but it's probably not going to happen because we know Mia's got two of them.
Ishanten there with potentially Ipeko for Hinami. And Ueno also has the Yakuhai pair, the Green Dragon pair. If that turns into a triplet, she can always choose to Dora Tonki in the future. Just wait on the Dora tile as her pair later in the hand. So definitely some opportunity to use it.
Right. There is one left in the wall. Hinami first attempt by does not Riichi. Mia, two calls, still not Tenpai, but you, you can certainly make a reasonable bluff that you're Tenpai
Yeah.
with those kind of calls and nobody seeing the Dora anywhere.
And I wonder if that slows down the Riichi from Hinami, or if, oh, you just sumo.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
no Riichi. Get the Sumo. That's at least one extra Han, right? And of course the Ipeko, the twin sequences, the 1, 2, 3 Mon right there. Cash in a few points, but mostly stop Mia from scoring her Dora there.
Yeah, I was wondering if the second call was going to bait her into slamming a Riichi, given that it's so hard to defend with two calls open.
Right.
But maybe that would also lead to extra concern that the hand's just Tempa and you don't want to deal into a Dora 3 hand. In the end, she just drew the winning tile and didn't have to think about it.
Yeah, sometimes you get saved from having to make too many decisions. Of course, if she had Riichi'd right after getting Tenpai, that could have been a monster with Ipatsu, the one shot,
Mm.
catching an extra Han there, and of course Riichi, because Riichi wasn't added because it wasn't done. But that's sort of thinking about the results.
Yeah, are you one of
It
those
is a hard
players
tile to
that
Riichi.
when you sumo, when you could have Riichi'd for Ipatsu, do you feel regret? Does that sit in your head a lot, or are you able to just wash that aside and move on to the next round?
I mean, it sits in there usually until I see my next hand.
Hmm.
That's when I start to think about, okay, no point thinking about the rest of it.
Yeah,
It's
that's
one
fair
of the things
enough.
you might want to go over in a log review later. Just get it out of your head and go back to it later when you actually have more time to think about it.
It's
And you
helpful.
can ask people study.
Yeah, it's helpful to keep like a mental notebook, saved for later, right?
Yeah. I mean,
East.
sometimes if you're playing online or at a table, you can have a physical notebook. Or
It's
rather, digital notebook and just
right.
write it down so you can go back and
Take a
look at it.
screenshot.
Early Tempai,
Wow.
super early Tempai here.
No Riichi.
Yeah, Ueno with a lightning Tempai. I think she's looking for a better weight because she currently has the pair weight, the Tanki.
Yeah, Taki's so easy to improve to a multi-sided weight.
That's right.
So is a better Taki, but you know what? We can do better. We
Yeah,
can
I
do
mean, in
even
fact,
better.
Ueno is the West player, so even those triple West allow her to win if somebody deals her tile. I wonder if she would pass it and try and score more points, though.
I think she would. I definitely agree.
Hmm. I don't know. Sometimes you might just want to take
Or
it. Yeah,
just
she took it.
sumo. It's a lot easier to pass a roll than a sumo.
That's true. He'd be Furita. But this is like a single tile way,
Yeah,
right? So you can change it very easily. But
I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised. This is just West Sumo, right? I didn't see
yeah,
door in hand.
I'm
It's,
sure. I'm pretty sure that's 40 fu though, at least. It
mhm.
might even be 50.
Yeah, it should
With
be
the
40, I
it's at
believe.
least 40. Yeah, I think it's 40. Not quite 50.
Just like that, we're
So it's a little
back
bit
into
more.
the first dealer. South one.
That's right. Rolling our way back around to the top. A lightning fast game here. Mia is here in South One. Nobody above 30,000. So the points have been bouncing back and forth. No Mangans. Barely even any Riichis, honestly. A lot of Damatan win. The closed hand wins.
Yeah, the only Riichi what that we saw was that Tuso Kanchan weight, middle
Yeah,
weight,
it
that I
worked
think
out
we
in the end.
ended up not even being 5,200.
Hmm.
So it's been really inexpensive hands, and that's why I really thought that she would take the opportunity to try to greed a little bit of value because the first Mongon that gets scored here is going to be a monster one. It's going to really put you far ahead when we're already in the South round.
Yeah, although some games do end where nobody gets the Mangan, so
This could be one of those
perhaps.
games we're halfway through.
Yeah, this is not a format where you have to get a certain goal point to end the match. Whatever scores we're with at the end of South 4 is the scores we're running with. So Hinami could win here with 27,600. And these current hands don't look to be too explosive yet. But
It's
you
been
never know when someone reaches and makes it happen.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at Ueno's hand and thinking that could be a nice Riichi. Hinami has the South pair that could be a little bit of extra value as well. She can turn that into
Yeah,
a triplet. We are in the South round.
although if she doesn't draw it herself, it's probably just open for one hun. I don't really see any of the one Mandora, but a lot of players have room to use it. Oh,
Well,
well, there is some good use. And with the South call, this could be big.
yeah, you can open up for South door too, and that would be plenty of value given the tight score situation.
Yep, and in fact, Hinami's already winning. Be pretty huge. Hinami gets the wrong wind there, but is going to use it as a safe tile. She's locked in her 4 shapes already. 5 shapes, rather.
Likes the
You
shapes
need
as they
5 to
are.
win in Mahjong.
Speaking of multiple shapes, Ueno with too many of them and just cuts away from the Chun pair. Looks like it'll be a Pinfu attempt or more of a sequence based hand.
That's right. In fact, me here, we've barely had time to talk about our players because the hands have been going so fast. Mia does have a favorite tile, the 7 dot, so much so she even has it in her X handle. And her favorite Yaku is Kokushimuso. She's a university player. She started playing in university.
I'm finding a lot of players nowadays in the US in particular are picking up Mahjong in university.
Hmm.
That's where I learned as well.
And Jenn would always talk about how the university kids have in Japan, at least when she was growing up, like to hang out at the parlors.
Mm,
They're just old enough to start going, right?
I see, yeah.
Yeah,
Take
so
full
Mia here,
advantage of it.
yeah, she's trying to cash in on her dealer turn,
Oop,
and her hand looks okay, but all these inside tiles from Ueno, Yuzuka, they're looking a
Riichi?
little bit better, a little bit faster.
There
Yeah,
we
this is
go.
guaranteed Tanya, all simples, all inside.
5/8 so. It's Riichi Tanyao. Could be a little bit more value, but absolutely going to take it. I mean, with the scores this close, as mentioned, any points are good are going to be really important here. And if you find a Tsumo, hit an Ura, turn that thing into a Mangan, you're looking to be in a very good position going to South 2.
Here comes Hinami with 2 Dora. Ueno had just drawn another Dora out of the wall, so that kind of puts a damper on her all insides. Of course, the The
That's the South.
that's the one. And the other option of discarding the Dora deals in as well. I guess she could have discarded a Formon, but
Yeah,
that's got to look very unsafe against two Riichis, right?
it's gonna be a Mongon either way. Riichi South Dora 2, and we'll see if that ends up to be the defining hand of this game, the first Mongon.
Yeah, and it goes to the player who's already in first place as well. Getting it off the second place player means Hinami's in a much more comfortable situation than she was just 10 seconds ago.
Over 14,000 point gap on all of the
Ooh.
players.
Yeah, plus the extra Riichi stick as well. That 1,000 would have mattered a lot more in the tight point position, but it's still something even when you have a bigger lead like this. So South comes out immediately from Yuzuka. She doesn't want to get caught in the same situation that Ueno got caught in last time. Mia's holding on to the South though here.
Yeah, I wonder if that will open things up. If they'll leave the 3 players below 30,000 sticking with the cheap hands to try to battle out for second, or if that will encourage the game to go a little bit more slowly as players build value and try to catch Hinami.
Yeah, the 3-mon has become Dora once again. This might be the third hand this game. Speaking of which, Yuzuka picks one up. That's big for her, one away from Tenpai.
I was talking about potentially going slower, but we could see an early Riichi once again.
Oh, still one away. Didn't quite find it yet.
That penchant shape, the 8-9 pin, is really interesting in that one away hand. I wonder what she can draw that will encourage her to discard away from that. Maybe pairing up the 8 pin or 9 pin, or even drawing a connector to the 7 so.
Yeah, because you can see she's already discarded 2-pin from a 2-2-3-4 shape, so it looks like she's really just locking it in and keeping it there.
Yeah, does get rewarded for holding on to the South, pairs that up.
Ooh, interesting. Ueno does not want the 2-2-2-4. Guess she's not a Sanzo fan, a 3-so fan. She'd rather have the edge weight of the 1-2 waiting for the Dora.
Yeah, I think that hand was even headless, so she'll have her choice of pair candidates.
Yeah, that is true. Finds one. Reach. No Dora for her this time, but a nice two-sided weight. It's a little close to the Dora though, so not easy for other players to discard. 4-7 man.
Certainly, as the dealer, it's easy to make a Riichi, even if it has no other value to back it up.
Right.
Good weight, good enough.
And Mia starting to fold. Con opportunity. So when you have these two triplets in hand, anything can become valuable. We have a 6-pin Dora. I'll have to come back around and see if that improves Ueno's hand. Of course, it makes Hinami's discard a lot more difficult right here, drawing that new Dora.
Yeah, as if she didn't want to deal out anything dangerous to begin with. We immediately draw the Dora.
She is in first, so she wants to minimize that risk, even though her hand was very close to Tenpai. It didn't really have that much value.
And there is a
Yuzuka
6-pin.
might be convinced. Yeah, Yuzuka's hand has the Dora in it. It's got nice Pinfu, but it's maybe even Sanchoku. No, she's just gonna give up on Sanchoku because it's a safer tile.
Yeah, this is actually now some serious value for Ueno. Riichi Dora 1 with a ton of Fu. I think 24 additional Fu due to the con and the Anko of the terminal tile. So on a roll, that would be 60 Fu.
Oh, I think. Didn't she con the 2 so it's not a terminal con, but it's still 16 more Fu at least because it's closed.
Yeah, in combination with the terminal Anko,
right,
really adds a lot to the hand. And if she could find the con of the 9 as well for an extra 32 Fu, that would be crazy.
Right. Yeah, Hinami and Mia close to Tenpai, but haven't really been pushing forward just because a lot of the tiles are quite dangerous, whereas Ueno here has been able to make it. I wonder if we will see Yuzuka go for it. Hinami with a nice Dora pair, so she might be able to actually turn this around.
What away. She's like the last person who needs to fight, but if she does choose to fight,
Hmm.
there's value to back it up.
Yeah, because I mean, if Ueno hits even 3 Han here, there's a chance it's a manga.
3 and 70 is a Mongon.
Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong number. 6 kind of looks like the 9 when it comes to bamboos, because they're all stacked like
Mm.
that, but cannot con that one. Would not want to Chombo here with this high potential situation.
That's when you have to be careful with your mopai when you feel the tile with your thumb to determine what it is without looking at it.
Right.
You feel all those bamboos, and you're like, ah, this must be a 9, so caught. And then you look at the tile. Wait a second, that's not the right one. I personally cannot mopai very well, but some of these players are quite good at it.
Mm, I've definitely gotten better at it over the years. Sometimes I feel like it actually gives more of a tell where I pick up a tile. If I feel it and my body makes like a natural reaction that it's
Mm.
not it, then if players are, I'm wondering if they're like, oh, he's looking for a tile that feels like that tile. So when getting better at Mopai actually made me more readable on the table.
Yeah, that's the advice I heard as we approach the end of the round. Uh, don't learn mopai. It's actually not helpful. This is from somebody who regularly plays blindfold mahjong.
Uh, and Ueno not able to cash in here. This could have been big.
It was a good opportunity. Riichi with a two-sided weight and just couldn't find the sumo, and none of the other players willing to drop it out there.
Yeah, tiles were just very dangerous, and none of the other players managed to pull a tempai that they were willing to risk it against a con. Especially once you con as the
Mm.
dealer, now everyone's scared of instant Haneman just from Uradora.
Yeah, that's so
I
true.
mean, she had 0 Han in the hand except for Riichi, so I guess 1. Sumo could have been 2, but at any point, especially with the 4 of the same tile, you flip over 1 Ura and it's it's the con you made, and that's
Yeah.
all the way up to Haneman rolled just like that.
Well, as we're going around the table, I saw something really big. Dora South in the South round paired up in Mia's hand.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If only she was the South player. It's still enough,
You'll
but
take a
just being
Mongon
double
if it comes
South would be
out,
a
but
bit more.
let's
Right.
see.
Yeah, and we can see Hinami here already has one. In fact, Hinami is a player who has South as a part of her name. South is in the kanji of her name, so maybe she feels an affinity to it here.
Well, she is Ishanten in a way that can't use the South, so will she be able to hang on to this? No, tries to Sakigi, tries to get rid of it before it becomes dangerous,
Mm,
but Mia already has it, and that is
yeah,
Dora triplet for Mia.
right from the beginning, that's already 4 Han. There was no chance to get rid of that earlier. This is our last dealer turn for Ueno. We will see if she manages to get a repeat here after missing the previous hand. Ueno actually is a comedian, and she has worked in TV and entertainment. She actually won Yukan Fuji's 2015 individual score, although her team didn't win that year. But she's known as the Betaori Cinderella, or the folding Cinderella. I guess she's good at avoiding dealing in,
I
although,
appreciate that. As a defensive player, I
yeah.
appreciate that. I'm gonna have to watch Ueno's game closely.
Mm. And some of the other pros appreciate that she's willing to watch their kids sometimes when they have events to go to.
That's nice.
It's always nice to have a friend who can help you out.
Absolutely. Hopefully the wall can
Mm.
help her out in return. Getting close.
Yeah.
You know, that draw of the 9 pin doesn't improve the Shanten doesn't get her closer to Tempai, but it does improve the ways that she can draw into Tempai. So certainly a little bit of help there.
Yeah, Mia's going faster and faster. The Dora 3 is definitely scary, but from our point of view, it's actually a little bit slower than most of the other hands. It's basically three pairs left in the hand that need to be called for either pawn or drawn up. And then you have the 2-5 cell weight, which is actually pretty decent. Oh, make that four pairs. So 6 blocks currently. Out comes an extra 4-pin.
And I
It was
think
interesting. Yeah. Ueno took the 2-4 shape that she kept in hand for a faster Ishanten, as opposed to the big 3-4-5-6 shape. And we got a quick reach here. Well, maybe not so quick, but quick when you think about fighting. Yeah, Ueno wants to fight with that 3-mon. That was the weight she kept from the very beginning, that inside weight. So she's gonna have to work with it.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, pseudo folding, not exactly folding, just cutting away the safe west pair. If she's really greeting value, there's even a Honitsu available, but oh man, the Tuso instead.
Yeah, Yuzuka catches it. So this is one of the few Riichis that has won in this game, which means it's going to be a big score. We didn't get to see the Uradora here.
I think she hit one. Riichi Tsumo Pinfu Ura.
That would actually be quite a solid. Yeah, looks like you're right. 7,500 after the Riichi sticks and the one Honba. So a 5,200 point win plus a little bonus puts her up into second. Ueno does lose her last dealer turn on that one and has to pay the extra points, the Oyakaburi, the dealer penalty, as it can be called. So she's got some ground to cover here. And I mean, we can see overall Full Flush was the only team that started this game in the positives. And so they have a pretty big positive this game.
Yeah,
the
they
other
can hang
teams
on to
do
this
have a little
first.
bit of work to do.
Yuzuka catching up though, into second now, just under a 7,000 point gap.
Yeah,
And
Mia
she's got
has
her
an
dealership.
extremely fast hand here. Basically one away. Yuzuka here, not as fast, and Hinami still has a lot of work to do. But look at this here. Mia is zooming to Tenpai. Not quite there yet. Ueno might be able to fight it, and Yuzuka must really like this draw here.
Yeah, I quite like that dealer hand. Perhaps Hinami may be the slowest currently. Oh, another great draw for Mia.
Yeah, Mia does not want that Tenpai. I wonder what she sees in the 2-pin that she doesn't like. Maybe just better value. Can get a Pinfu later. But
Yeah,
doesn't take the Tenpai.
Might be early enough that she's willing to look for more out of this hand.
Right.
Oh, and how about this for more?
That's quite a lot more.
I-
Chance to get the 5-pin there. There are no red 5s, but it's still twin sequence for an extra Han. Get Pinfu as well. That's also an extra Han. So chance of 2 Han, and definitely at least 1 if she can win.
No, he bought Sumo, but still a good weight. And I have to say, I quite like early in the hand. You know, if you have the choice between a Kanshan weight for Riichi Nomi, for Riichi only, and holding 2 good floating tiles for potential Pinfu, Ipeiko, some other upgrades, even door acceptance. I actually really like breaking that Tenpai if it's early enough. So
Yeah.
I know a lot of people like to take the early Riichi and just apply the pressure. Where on the spectrum do you lie?
It definitely depends on the hand. That hand I might have went for it because I only had like a 3 floater. But it turns out it worked out well for Mio here. Mia. Sorry. Mio is on Team WRC.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mio is Jen's teammate. Mia here catching the 2-pin. So not the biggest win, but still a solid enough win.
That will make the battle for second place a little bit closer now. 3,800 points the gap. So 330 Ron from anyone will certainly allow Mia to surpass. And the dealership will pass to Hinami. Hinami has
4.
yeah, she has to be calculating her past conditions. Certainly, if nothing happens this game, then she's totally fine to take this first place. However, if someone else were to find 8 sumo, then she has to be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, Yuzuka summoing a Mangan would overtake Hinami. Mia is actually just out of range, being 12,100 points away. That's kind of tough. Whenever you're just out of range of manga and sumo, it makes it that much harder to overtake. Maybe if somebody Riichis, she'll be able to do that. Hinami has a decent hand here, though. Might be able to just win it up. Mia, knowing that manga and sumo's kind of tough, is probably just going to go for 2, maybe 3 Han here. 2 Han sumo would not be enough, actually, unless she makes 40 fu. But
Yeah.
that is double south for her, so 3 Han is not out of the question.
And that's the big thing. It's double south, and if she pairs up the Dora, that would be the Mungan she's looking for. So she's
Yes.
at a minimum looking for that 3 Han that we talked about. And there's an opportunity for 4, despite being an open hand.
Right. And then, as we mentioned, she just hopes somebody reaches so that she can sumo and get first place over Hinami. But honestly, catching whatever points you can, sometimes you just have to accept second place or even just avoiding third place with whatever hand she can pull.
Oh, Yuzuka with 2 Onkos, 2 triplets now.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think she cut away a shape from the 1-1-1 in her hand to keep a 9. I wonder if she's looking for an outside hand or just for safer tiles.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, that kind of pays off here. Interesting play from Yuzuka.
Hatsu pair.
Yeah, Hinami's got the monster hand here, and she doesn't even need the points.
Yeah, that's a good feeling when you can comfortably fold if you have to, but you also just have a hand that you could win.
Yeah, I don't even know how comfortable she is folding. Well, I guess she can use the honor tiles to try and fold the rest of her hand, though. I don't know.
But yeah, that's a
Might
good
be hard
point.
to
Like
fold that.
the hand's too good that maybe your best play is just to win it,
Yeah.
even defensively. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah, there we go.
Con of 3-so. Can Yuzuka gain the 3-so power boost here? 1 away from Tenpai. Might find it.
Does.
Oh my goodness! Finds Tenpai off of the 3-so con. Misses the Condora, but still a lot of room here. Definitely first place opportunity, but it's not in the hand right now. I
And
think it's just Riichi only.
suddenly, Hinami faced with a question here. Do we call for a Tenpai of our own? Do we call to break Ipatsu and cut Green
She
Dragon?
breaks it, but it's so scary. Oh, she's actually gonna go for the not Tenpai yet. She's gonna play it safer. She's gonna go for the inside hand. Still has Dora 3, so still huge value as the dealer, but
Let's see if she stopped the Ipatsumo. Oh,
Yeah.
7-mon, that was close.
she made Tenpai though with that. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, they're both waiting on the 6-mon, but Yuzuka also has the 9-mon as a winner.
That is neither, but it is a Manzu tile. That makes your heart jump a little, especially if you're doing Mopai on it. That's one of the ones where you might give it away if you feel the tile too much.
Yeah, Hinami doing the calculus there says, the last thing I can survive is an Ipatsumo. So I'm going to at least prevent that from happening, and I have a chance to win Tateniu. And maybe she tsumos, but because it's not Ipats, I still survive, and so believes that this is the route to winning. Ooh, reach Tao Suji?
Yeah, it's very difficult now for Hinami to fold.
Yeah, she's just
So
going
she's
for it.
used up all her safe tiles now. Mia is looking to fold though. Ueno, the Beitori princess, is not Beitoring here. She got that 7-pin Dora. She's in last place. She's gonna take any attempt she can to catch this win.
That's
It's a
suddenly
Dora indicator. 2 other players reach.
additional pressure here for the dealer.
This is dealer Dora 4. Okay. I actually think Hinami called, yeah. Mia's the one that called the South, but Mia is not looking to fight all these players.
The Riichi was the 5-so, but that doesn't come out just yet.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
We could be Tenpai. What is he achieve?
Wait, Mia's actually turning this around.
Mm.
Oh, but she deals in to Ueno. Will Ueno turn? Oh, that's some. No, actually, I
Nothing.
think that's miss. That's a miss. How did you?
She has the 2 original Dora. Riichi Dora 2, but I think she missed all the Uda. And so
Yeah,
it'll
I
just be
think so.
5,200. That will be enough to Gyakuten third, but not quite reach second. Oh, if she just hit any one of those Uda, and they were Pinzu. Her head was full of Pinzu, but just misses. And Hinami will claim the first place. Yuzuka gets to maintain second. plus 4.9.
We were playing small hands all the way until the end of the game, and Ueno, even on her slightly poor weight, was able to cash in, get the big win. It just takes one tile. When everyone's in Riichi, it just takes one tile to collect your prize.
Wow, what an exciting finish. The start of the game was so fast. Some early Tempai, some early Riichi, some early just Sumo Nomi, and all of a sudden we were in South Round without barely having a chance to take a look at the players.
Yeah, we had the 3-so con and everything.
Yeah, all of a sudden things just increased in hand value and also the drama.
That was some crazy excitement there.
I gotta say, that first Mongon, though, was the one that did it. Or Hinami.
That's true. Hinami was able to cash in through not just the Mongon, but she also had the early lead from the little battles at the beginning. The small sumos, even without Riichi. And she was able to just play it through for full flush. So full flush increasing their lead today, at least so far. So they're going to be the ones to beat in this group for sure.
Fantastic game. More to come.
Yeah, we've got more to come. In fact, I believe we have a little update here on Team WRC. They had a bye this week, but you can take a look at the WRC standings.
Sure, let's do it. And after a very good week last week for Team WRC, we now have some improvements in the standings. Jenn took a nice, very nice second place, moves up to -6.3 after 6 games. Mayu had a great first place, her first one of the season, and goes up to -60.9, making a case for things here. And Lika has been kind of dominant this entire season, carried forward with another monster first place, and after only 4 games is 16th in the entire Yukan Fuji Cup.
Yeah, that was an exciting time on commentary last week. If you missed it, make sure to check out the VOD. You can subscribe to the channel so you can find that more easily. And you can give us a thumbs up here so we show up in the algorithm to all the other Mahjong fans looking for a huge game like that. Last week was really big for all of Team WRC. And in fact, I believe we have a WRC member in here to talk about it a little.
That's me, I think.
Hey.
That's Jenn.
That's Jenn. Yeah, our team is first place in our group now. So that's pretty massive. Although we're only about halfway through, so anything could happen. But I think our group is like we have the least number of differences from all of the.
Oops. There we go.
The fewest number of differences from. This was
before the results, and yeah, for some reason the one after is not showing up for me, but it is you went from -69.1 in this position to taking the lead.
Yeah, and I think the lowest team now is only like -28 or something like that. So it's really close in our group. So if things continue as they are, it seems like our group will have the wild card as well.
That sounds quite exciting. And so I will leave you in the capable hands of Nathanael and Jenn. I've been substitute streamer, substitute commentator tips for today.
No, we were talking all week about how I had talked about it with Tips. I talked about it with Nathanael and also with I don't know, with other people as well. But since you guys are both our broadcasters, and we never hear you together, and I think Tips wanted to commentate with Nathanael, and I definitely wanted to hear you guys together. 2 of my favorite commentators. So it was really good. It's a good day in the end.
I hope you guys appreciated it, both here in the booth and out there in the internet, in the ether, in the series of tubes. But I will leave you with capable voices of Nathanael and Jenn. I've been Tips and Tricks. You can find me on twitch.tv/tips and tricks. And you can also find me at Jenn's next study session because there's a lot to learn there. We even have our first repeat pro. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's true.
Tell
The
us about
study
it,
session.
Jen. I want to hear.
It's gonna be December 15th. So what we do in my study sessions is I invite a guest pro, and 3 of my subscribers get to play. If we don't have enough subscribers, then we'll move on to non-subscribers as well. But they play 1 game with the pro, and that pro narrates how they're playing while playing. So, and then I interpret it live. So you get to hear exactly what that pro is thinking with every move, basically. When it's done, we do about 2 hours of game review, because when you get into professional game reviews, then you can seriously spend 2 hours on just one hunch-on. And everybody in chat is allowed to ask questions, as well as the players themselves. We do the voice chat, and everything is interpreted live, so it's a really rare opportunity to be able to ask questions of a Japanese pro directly.
And I have to say,
So
you've been doing this for a little while now, and I think it's really the first way that I had a chance to interact with a pro. So thank you so much for putting this on.
No, I love it. I mean, Saito Go was our first guest, and like Tip said, he's the first repeat. As soon as he was a guest, I knew I wanted to have him back. So we had a few months off with Roddle, and lots of stuff was going on. My book publishing, I didn't really have time to set it up, but we got another one set up for next month, so should be good.
And
hopefully lots of people come.
Yes, it's still possible for people to get the chance to play against the pro, or have you already decided the players for that game?
No, there's still time. So the announcement is in my Discord. I mean, there's only 2 subscribers signed up to play, so there's really only like 8 people showing interest right now. So
I know.
So lots of time to sign up.
I haven't thrown my name in yet, but I think I'm going to have to. And for viewers, yeah, absolutely check out Jenn's server. Subscribe to her, because subscribers get first priority to have the chance to play against the pro. And even if you don't get to play against the pro, you can certainly watch the game. And it's really cool to hear a pro talking about the game while they're playing the game. And you can hear exactly their thoughts about the future of their hand, and their interpretations of what discards mean for other players, all interpreted to us by Jenn. It's a really great experience, and I really do recommend it. And I think I'll be able to attend this one in December, so I'll be there too.
Good. Yeah, what was I gonna say about it? Yeah, usually you don't get to hear what pros are thinking unless they're streamers. Of course, Saitoko is a streamer, so you would be able to hear what he's saying in Japanese, but most of the other pros that I've had, you don't really get to hear it. And yeah, the reason why I prioritize subscribers is because I do pay the pro to come, so I just pay them out of my own cash. So any little bit helps.
We can crowdfund this great opportunity.
Yes, I appreciate that.
That's not the only thing that's coming up soon. Also, I mean, you mentioned you've been busy with the online team league that the WC hosted recently, and there's going to be another one soon, right?
Yes, with my love, Sama. I love Sama so much.
I do.
I know, like, some people overseas are kind of shying away from it, but the thing is, Sama, a lot of people are afraid of the swings with Sama, but Sama is such an efficiency game that I think it's a really good opportunity, and pros love Sama, so I think a lot of people will play.
Yeah, I actually quite like the defensive side of Sama. You know, one of the biggest questions when you're playing 4-player Mahjong is the push-fold decision, and every now and then you're presented with a situation where you have to decide whether your hand is worth fighting for or not. And, you know, maybe one out of every 2 rounds, one out of every 3 rounds, something like that. in a 4-player game, maybe even less than that. But in Sama, it happens just about every single hand. You're presented with a push-full decision, and not even because there's a Riichi, but sometimes because somebody's opened up and their hand just looks suspicious, or their discards look suspicious. And you have to make a lot of good defensive reads, and there's a lot of very interesting decision making that takes place. So it sort of speeds up the learning process of push-full to some degree because you're faced with so many of those decisions.
Yeah, I think Sama is great for training, and also when you play Sama, you never get fourth place. So
That's a very good point. Even though when I get a third, I tend to forget and say, oh, I took a fourth. But it's okay. It's the beauty of Sama, no fourths.
no fourth places. It's a life hack.
For our upcoming game, though, someone will be getting a fourth, and hopefully it'll be just as exciting as the first game was. Do you happen to know who will be playing for game number 2?
Yep. I think there it is. Our first dealer will be Momoko Miura. All of our players for this game as well from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. So many people from Kyokai in Group 1. I think there's only 2 people from Saikoi-sen and no people from other leagues. So it's really a Nihon Professional Mahjong Association league. So Miura will be representing Firebird, Emi Sugimura representing NicoNico, Ayane Ishida representing Citrus, and Miki Nanase representing Full Flash.
Very good. And
in our seat. That was in order of seats. I didn't mention their seats.
Naturally, we tend to go around the table. And came to... We'll start very soon.
Yeah, you see
Checking.
her. Miura's trying to make sure that she can be the first dealer. So the thing is, after each game, the players from the previous game do the seat assignments and the first dealer rules for the next group of people. So you don't do it yourself. Usually you do it yourself, but in Yukan Fuji, it's the previous game, the people who played the previous game that do it. So you just go and sit at your seat. So if you're not used to that system, then it can be a little confusing.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Is it just for the Yukan Fuji Cup, or do other tournaments also use something similar, team style tournaments?
Just as far as I know, Yukan Fuji, I've never played in any other team competitions like this. I think they saw the Rinshan tile, so they're gonna do a redeal as well.
Yeah, sometimes falls down. Happens everywhere.
So a lot of times, if people already have their starting hands, what JPM will do is they'll put the Rinshan tile into the dead wall, just switch it out with a dead wall tile. But in this case, since nobody had their hands yet, they just redeal. Plus it's auto tables, so not a lot of time needed for shuffling.
One of the advantages of playing on auto tables, and I know USPML is one of our sponsors. They've got a ton of auto tables there. I cannot wait to visit them in January.
Yeah, you have the finals to see who's going to make it to WRC.
Yeah, super exciting. And we do have our hands drawn. One Dora in hand, I should say. But it looks like the hand really just wants to be a Tateniu. Wow, that's a lot of Manzu there. 2 completed sets, those are on the ends. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. 5, 7 means that it's a little hard to get the full straight, 1 through 9, but there's a path to that straight if you draw the 4 Mon first. Or just draw more Manzu. Wow, insta 5.
Yeah, you don't need any other suits if you do that.
Maybe there's lots of a Pinzu Itsu here for Ishida. With pretty average starting hand, I'd say. Nothing really stands out of the group of tiles. It's just draw more tiles to fill shapes in.
Wow, Sugimura going straight for the flush, discarding from the 5 bamboo, Of course, the 9 is the Dora, so she'll keep that just in case it pairs up, because it's worth about the same in that case.
Yeah, it is. Certainly for an open hand, worth the same amount, and so always beneficial to keep that Dora the last possible second.
Tripled up 9 dots, so probably that 5 character will become the pair, but not a lot of value in that sort of hand, though.
And my eyes keep coming to this Honitsu. It is improving. We've eliminated all the tiles except for Manzu and Honors.
Yeah, I love hands like that when they come together and you don't have to call any of the flush suit.
Yeah, do you think?
Because then it's really hard for people to tell that you're ready.
Do you think that the tile says they are, that she'll be willing to call anything?
I have to see the shape again. But I would definitely be considering a full straight. A full flush there at that point, just by sheer numbers.
Yeah, we only have 3 honor tiles, and they're singletons. So until one of those pairs up, we could just call all the way for a full flush. The Mongon.
Yeah, true. Everything can pretty much everything can be called except for the 1, I think. Maybe not the 2 as well, but from 3 to 9, almost everything. 6-9 for sure, 3-6 for sure. I think you can even argue some of the other tiles in them as well. Even though they're not quite efficient, but...
It's been a while since Miura, the dealer, has discarded a Mon tile, so well, that one will be held for the time being. No chance for a call from Sugimura.
Ooh. Now you can pawn the 8. You can even draw. So many options.
Yeah, that's a draw that really expands the possibilities, but it also becomes a little tricky to decide which way you want to call things sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes in that situation I get so caught up with what am I going to call, and I kind of forget to watch for the tiles available to call on the table, but...
Oh, Riichi.
Ishida will reach. And like we said, there's no value in that hand, it's just reach only. Looks like a pretty good weight from her side, but all of them are here in Nanase's hand. The 1s and the 4s. At least half of them. Half of her weights.
I'm wondering if she can push safely for the 7 pairs, waiting on the door. That would be worth a lot, but there's so many middle tiles. You have to cut 6 pin and then either 4 mon or 5 mon.
Yeah, the mons are just not very scary to the player on her right, but they don't look very safe to the reach. And of course, they can all see the flush across the table from her.
Oh, and there is a 2 mon. Does that help us? I mean, we did pair up the Hatsu last turn.
It's not temp. I could, if she wanted to go more for triples, she could change the hand, but I think it's more efficient for her to just lock in the open-ended 3-6 weight and try and get something higher up with the 7, 8, 9 shapes.
Yeah, kind of no fear approach with the 7 pairs hand. Oh, sumo. 4 so found.
Just needs sumo, so she'll get 2,000 points. And her reach stick back. Oh, wait. Yeah.
No. It's like exactly 10 fu, so no upgrade there, but it's a good start to the game, especially when the player was threatening a big Honitsu hand or Chinitsu hand. Definitely are happy to move things along. Ishida will take the early lead, and we go to Sugimura's dealership.
Sugimura is definitely a veteran player. I think she's been a pro longer than me. And we're getting to the point where not that many people can say that.
Oh, is that so?
There used to be an even higher turnover rate of women pros.
Mhm.
A lot of them would just quit when they got married or had a baby.
Mhm.
Not anymore. Now they're definitely like staying in the league a lot more.
Perhaps Sugimura will be able to use that veteran knowledge to handle this Yukan Fuji Cup. Currently, the team is a little bit behind in the negatives, but certainly within striking range. And she has her dealership, always a good opportunity.
Yeah, she's actually been on 3 winning teams throughout the history of Yukan Fuji.
So, a veteran of
That might
this
be the
cup
most of
itself.
anybody. Yeah.
Currently, with the West Dora, a little hard to use for most players. You could see the West player, Nanase, holding on to one of those door tiles, also holding on to a pair of East. There's a chance that she can call the East and then wait on the West, and if she happens to pair up the West as well, that'd be really strong. Both tiles are value honors, so should be able to call either for a triplet for her Yaku. If she pairs it up. She's got to find that second West first. One of them held by Miura.
I actually really like waiting on the West Tunky when it's Dora when I play online, but
I've heard that from people on the West Coast of the United States. What West weight, best weight?
West Coast, best coast.
This door is finally going to come out. Miura likes the shapes that she has. Doesn't need to hold on to this any longer. It doesn't get called. So it's a bit of a sigh of relief for the players who were missing it. And I'm really interested in the dealer hand that we're about to come back to in a second. Oh, that's just another pair. Do we make the Tateniu shift here? No, we'll just hold the shapes as they are. All these triplets are... I always find it difficult to play hands that have an abundance of triplets. I don't believe in Sananko that much. And maybe to my detriment. Maybe that's why I don't win Sananko. But it always feels to me to be just a little bit harder to play hands that have triplets in them, even though, when you have shapes like this one, the 6-7-7-7, that's really efficient. But I think I miss opportunities to build vertically in other suits. Like I have a 5-6-6, and then I'll cut the 6 away when I've got multiples of those, efficient pair plus 1 shapes. And I redraw the 6, and it just has to be discarded as well. And I miss out my encore opportunity.
Yeah, it is a difficult balance because they teach you that you don't want to have too many pairs, so you end up discarding them first. But yeah, with all of these connected tiles, those triples are right in the middle of the hands. So for her, they're probably really efficient.
Yeah, and it was interesting. She had a tepai there. Riichi only waiting on the 8-pin and said, I want more out of this hand. There's a Sananko chance. So maybe Sugimura believes in Sananko.
She had too many blocks, so she decides to get rid of one and keep the tiles and the bamboos, which is interesting. Yeah, I think she wants the Tateniu and also just probably a better weight with all those tiles connected to each other for Sugimura. Not this hand, but the previous one. Then there's a lot of potential for a multi-sided weight.
I know a lot of people will say, as dealer, even if it's a bad weight and no value, you should still slam the Riichi anyway because it puts so much pressure on the rest of the table. But there's also an argument to be made about when you're dealer, win a hand that's got a lot of value because it's going to be worth even more with the dealer bonus.
And you also have to think if the other people are going to feel that pressure or not. So in most cases, probably players are going to feel pressure from a Dora reach, but especially in pro matches, I think you'll see a lot of people pushing back more aggressively. So if that reach is not going to achieve what you want it to, then it might make sense to not always reach immediately.
These floating tiles are pretty good. I mean, maybe there's an argument to be said about keeping, I think it was maybe a 5-pawn, another central tile, if you're not planning to take the Riichi. That again, if she had drawn the 8-pin to begin with, it might have made sense to take the Riichi in that instance. Still a lot of tiles that can improve this weight, and she wants to find a middle pin tile. A chin just isn't going to be at.
The thing is, she has so many tiles that she can call if she feels like her hand isn't going fast enough. I think that was part of the consideration when she decided not to reach.
That's true. As much as you don't want to call down for just 1,500 points, at some point, if you decide you need to call, which might be now, we're in the third row, she can certainly do that if the tile comes out.
Yeah, I think if it comes out, she definitely would, but I mean, you're talking about 1,500 points. Even if she had reached, it was 2,000 unless she got rid of as well, and so
right.
It wasn't a big difference. But she had the potential to make it, up to maybe 7,700 if she could get Tateniu and reach.
Now Riichi comes out, I believe it's from Ishida. Will dealer be able to chase? Not with the 4, so.
Seven is right around those 5-dot blockers, so she feels comfortable. I don't know if it was in the discard actually, but
I think it was not safe outside of the fact that she could see all of those 5s.
yeah.
A little bit of aggression here from the dealer. Another middle tile that doesn't quite help out here. So much of that 2-5-pin weight is being held by the dealer. A lot of the 2s here held by Miura. It's just folding away. Senpai, yes.
Nope.
Well, that's awkward.
Well, the 4 passed. So she might feel comfortable pushing the 4. Yep, there it is.
So this is the
It's
funny.
not a better weight, but she has a little bit more flexibility and doesn't have to reach.
3-sided weight. Very funny. This looks like a call to shift who's getting the last draw.
Yeah, which is interesting because
This is going to be a Sananko.
I think it was a shift so that she didn't draw any dangerous tiles, maybe?
Could be it. In the end, it's going to shift the Chuso, the winning tile, to Sugimura.
Yeah.
That's going to be a
It is.
Mangan. Tateniu, Sananko, Tsumo. On the 2-so, 4-so, 7-so weight. Incredible.
Yeah, imagine if she had reached with just that 2,000 point. So I think she put herself in a less risky situation and got a much bigger hand.
Yeah, definitely feeling rewarded. And it turns out Sananko is a Yaku that can be won. My faith in Sananko has been restored. I'll see if she can pull
I
off
love
another big
Sananko,
hand.
yeah. I think you need to definitely reassess your Sananko love.
A pair of Easts for Sugimura. As the East player in the East round, love to see that in your opening set of tiles.
Yeah, that's just an insta call, 100%.
Thinking about this, multiple pairs. Yeah, she just doesn't like this one. So the tiles are good enough without that extra pair. She sees the Tateniu shift, nice central floating 6-pin, maybe Itsu and the Manzu, just lots of options that don't involve that 1-so pair. And so she'll just cut it early. As you said,
There's
insta
that
call.
Itsu, yeah.
So Dora, one just picked up there for Ishida.
See, I don't know. You said that the rest of the hand is good enough. I see 2 open-endeds, but I don't. That hand doesn't bring me joy.
Maybe I'm optimistic about the 6-pin turning into something better.
No, I think that's the normal way to think, but it just feels far away. I mean, it's a normal mahjong hand that you have to deal with. And look, if you have good draws, then
See, all you have to do is the power of optimism. Just draw good tiles, and then win. Yeah, it's interesting. I suspect she looked at that, Wenso pair and said, if this is in my final hand, then I'm getting a Riichi no Mi. So I want to do better than that. Importantly, she made that decision very early. That was her first discard, and I think that's really rare to just cut away from a pair as your first choice in the game, unless your hand is, incredibly, just Ishan 10 from the high pie with overblocked and everything. I think that's pretty rare, so very interesting move. And I always like to speculate about the intentions behind such a move. That seems to make sense here. The other time I see that happen is when you cut a non-value wind pair. Right from the get-go, saying, this isn't going to be good enough for me. I have another pair somewhere else.
Yeah, it's interesting. I generally don't like to cut non-value win pairs because I feel like I want to keep them for safety anyway, so as long as possible. So I might maybe cut one, but
yeah, and that's why I find them so interesting, because I wouldn't normally make a play like that. So when it happens, I really like to dig into the intentions behind such a play. Very cool stuff. Yura looks rather Sugimura, still our dealer.
I mean, sometimes it might be if they feel like somebody's is likely to call a lot of tiles, it might be a preemptive sort of fold to keep other people's hands from advancing quickly.
This is going to be an interesting choice. We have multiple open-ended waits. Do we cut the 7-8 mon and just head to our tile acceptance, or do we greed the Ipeko?
Interesting. She kept that 6 for so long and she got the exact tile that she should want to go with it, but it was too late, I guess.
Yeah, but this is maybe a little bit of the greed play, because if she can find the 6 mon, gets the Tateniu and the Ipeko at the same time, that's a lot of value, but I feel like a lot of times you end up winning on the 9 mon for no additional value. I almost want to guarantee the Pinhu personally, but maybe that's thinking too small ball.
I never. Maybe I don't do it enough. I never ever greed Ipeko. Because it just feels like it's such low value and when you greed it, you have to kind of work so hard at it. And you're already using one of the weights. So if I'm going to greed something, I generally prefer to greed like mixed sequences, Sanshoku, or something like that instead.
I do appreciate a good Sancho greed. That is my favorite Yaku. And unfortunately for me, for that Ipeko chance, pair of 6 mon held by Nanase, so I'll have to work a little extra hard.
This makes her hand more flexible.
Do you think
not necessarily more value?
Do you think she'd be willing to call something like a 2 mon or an 8, as rather 2 pin or an 8 mon, for just a Tateniu to shut down what looks to be a Honitsu?
Yeah, I think at this point she definitely is thinking about calling. Whatever she calls will leave her with a pretty good weight. And now she's got those 3 pairs again, so she'll get rid of the 3.
And this hand has slowly been increasing in value for Sugimura. Double East, Honitsu, and Adora is another 12,000 points. Oh, another 3 mon. Unfortunate.
Very few tiles that would backfire that discard, and that was basically the only one.
Yeah, it didn't really fit in the hand at the time. It doesn't fit in the hand once again, so out it goes. Really just a waiting game here, especially for Miura.
Trying to, like, does that help at all? Does that make me tempt by it all? Is that more efficient? All the things that have to go through your head while you're... and you don't have a lot of time to discard. They are on an 80-minute time limit.
Definitely. Well, we saw the first game go very quickly. There was no
I
need
think
for a
that might be
timer.
our, yeah, that's our quickest game, I think, since
she got it.
starting. There's Apiko.
Ipeko, Ichipinku Ipeko Tanyao. It's a Mangan.
Yeah, really late in the hand, though. Sugimura deciding whether to con or not. She'll keep it in case she tempais. Then she'll probably con.
Big chance for Miura to come back with a monster hand. We'll have the Epot to draw here. Shumon. Another bond tile that doesn't quite fit in. You gotta assume the 4-7 is pretty used. Oh my.
Oh, there's the tempai. She does not con.
Okay.
It's the 147 way, yeah.
Yeah, it sort of matches the way to Miura with a little bit of bonus.
Apparently, Tips is the uncle of everybody in the chat.
Two swap.
She decides 147 or 369.
Perhaps you make that decision in part due to just what's safer. Oh, or what is going to come out. 9 so makes the swap as that's coming out from a pair, I believe.
Yeah, she made the swap with no chance for the Itsu for the full straight. But it was the only way she'd swap it without dealing in to the reach.
Yeah, well played. And that will be another 12,000 points. Catching that 9 so pair cut. And another big hand for Sugimura. She'll repeat once again in East 2.
Yeah, I think she just has such a strong grasp of the board and what's going on.
Yeah, you mentioned a veteran player, and that definitely was a veteran move. Giving up the potential Itsu value to try to snipe the 9 so. She didn't need Itsu. She already had 12,000 points. That's good enough. She also gave up the con opportunity. I think if she had conned, players definitely would have assumed that she was Tempai. But with the East coming out, there's, that thought in the back of your mind, well, maybe it's just not Tempai because...
Yeah, plausible deniability.
It's a safe tile.
Sugimura has... Oh, I didn't have Sugimura's results on here. I had I had everyone else's. I don't know why I didn't have Sugimura's. I wonder what place she's in. Maybe I'll try and check that out real quick.
Yeah. As is, just looking at the meta, at the start of the round, Team Full Flash was way up ahead, plus 172.6, and Sugimura's team was actually fairly behind at negative 25.1, but you can see the sort of current standings as they are with the points from this game included, and the first place team is taking a dip down to 130.8, and up into the positives, plus 35.7 for Sugimura. So this would be a really big swing in terms of the overall standings of this game, not just individually, although I'm sure everyone definitely wants to put off a good individual performance. Of course, they have the individual finals in addition to the team finals for this tournament.
Yeah, so she had played 4 games before starting here and is pretty good positive with plus around maybe 70.
Okay.
So that would have put her probably in around the 30s in standings.
That sounds about right. I remember Lika we just saw was 16th with over 100, 150.
Yeah, so she's definitely, even though her team was in the negative, she's definitely vying for one of the top 29 get a shot at the finals out of 190.
Not good odds, but Definitely.
190 is such a massive
It's huge.
for a live league. Definitely the Roddle had more people, but when you're running a live year-long league, that's just so many people.
It's incredible, really. Sugimura had an early open with the Green Dragon, and now finds a Tenpai. Cutting the 8-pin just in case she draws the 4-pin, that she can slide down and use the Dora. Miura opened up with the East. We'll see her hand in a couple hands in the future. Nanase here. Actually, this is a really interesting Ishantan. So again, it's got that 6, 7, 8 Ipeko chance. If you can draw the 7-mon, a little bit hard to expect a middleweight to fill it, especially when you're holding one of them. So she just cuts the 8-mon back. Here's the East pair I was alluding to. Put away. Ishida's been kind of waiting for a chance to make a big impact on this game, and this could be the hand to do it for her. 7 pairs with potential Dora 2 to boot.
Yeah, in second place, she actually has a better chance at catching up with Sugimura than it looks even on the screen. It feels like a massive difference, but remember, it's only East 2, so...
She still has 2 dealerships to go.
Possibly. Considering we're still only on East 2, you never know how long the game's going to take and what
You're
hand
right.
it's going to end in.
I forget about the 80-minute timer always.
I mean, because you'd think that 80 minutes with an auto table and pro players would always be enough time, but especially on the broadcast table, it sometimes just isn't enough.
Definitely, if your players are repeating, and there's the 4-pin draw that she played for. That also leads an opportunity for a Sanchoku draw as well if she can get a... Oh, I take that back. If she draws the 4, so she'd be Furitan, so... Or no, I'm looking at the wrong player. Yeah, she draws the 4, so she has the Sanchoku chance, so... Good opportunity for her. And there's the Chitoi Tenpai. Was it the 4-pin draw?
Yes.
Dora draw. Chitoi Dora 2 waiting on the East. Tricky wait. A lot of times...
It's just, the perfect tile to draw for the Chitoi, because you would reach with the doorway, but you'd really rather not.
West will come out first. Now, East is once cut. It was the first cut. One of these players. Looks like the first cut for Nanase.
Actually not sure if I would have reached with the East weight. I might have waited to change that more than the 4-dot weight.
Is that because the East is the round win?
Yeah. Especially if there's only one out, then I would feel like there's a really good chance that somebody has 2 of them and is waiting to pull in the 3rd one.
On the other hand, if a player does have 2 of them and they choose to fold, it suddenly looks really safe. So you're not dealing in the East for extra value. It'd only be a Tonki wait, and who would wait on a Tonki?
Interesting, they don't have the reach on the overlay here.
It's a sneaky
And
Riichi.
it is Ishida, yeah. Double sneaky.
That is a Tenpai. Oh, it's sad when you draw the 1-mon that could have been your weight. Alternative weight. Still time for the East to come out, though. Runs out of safety here, but 9-pin will pass, and she has another one of those to go. This 5-pin is too close to the Dora to jam, and so we'll dance around this. And given that she cut the 6-pin, I think she's not going to be able to really fight for this unless the 5-pin clears somehow, because certainly you don't want to drop the Dora against this Riichi.
Yeah, I know that people say a once cut honor tile, a once cut value tile even is a good weight for Chitoi, but I definitely prefer not to wait for a once cut value tile. I really like the 8s and the 2s the best for my all pairs.
Yeah, those can become Suji really easily.
And also, if your hand discards make it really apparent that you're going for all pairs, and I'm not sure her discards aren't really that apparent this time around, but there are a lot of times when you go for Chitoi and your discards really make it clear that that's what you're going for, and people will definitely hold on to honors in that case.
Yeah, it almost makes you want to wait on like a blatantly obvious middle tile. It's like
Right.
I'm going for Chitoi, so you know my weight is sneaky, and then it's just something that you'd never expect for a Chitoi to be waiting on.
Yeah, it's like backward sneaky.
Reverse psychology.
Mm.
There's been thoughts of the 678 Sanchoku for a long time here, but it's just not going to get there. That was the last discard, and it will be Ryu Kyoku, only one player, Tenpai.
So that will move our dealership finally. We'll go to East 3. Ishida, after taking 1,000 points off all the other players, will be the dealer.
And she's had, patient game so far. That was her first real attack in the game. It ended somewhat peacefully, but she'll have another opportunity now as the dealer. Her hands are worth a little bit more hard hitting. That probably looked pretty decent for her in her opening set of 14. A lot of singletons of honors here for Nanase, rather.
So, I know probably a lot of people are too young to remember this, but when I was in junior high and I'd listen to there's like a top 10 list every evening at like 11 p.m.
Mm.
And Adam Sandler's piece of Bleep Car was in the top 10 for like weeks and weeks and weeks. And it was it was radio safe, so they had like car honks and stuff
I see.
instead of all of the swear words. So if you listen to the CD, you hear all the swear words, but the radio cut was a whole bunch of different car honks.
Mm.
And when I get a hand like that, not this one, and not this one either, but then I start singing that song in my head, except for it's piece of bleep hand, of course, and not car.
Yeah, I get that sense. Just like one of every honor, but not enough to go for Kokushi. And it's like, what are you supposed to do with this hand? I guess we start dropping them, and maybe by the end of row 1, we can think about building something.
Yeah, it's one of those moments when you think, why do I even play this game? Why does
this hand
Mahjong
to
hate
fold.
me?
Door 8 mon. Pair of those here for Sugimura. She also has a lot of terminal and honor tiles to think about. It feels like this is kind of the case for everyone. If you look at all these discards,
Yeah.
outside of Sugimura, it is just a case of who is going to break their Nagashi Mangan first.
Even Sugimura's hand is just so slow.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and see why we cut that 4-pin, 6-pin early. And now that we have the pair of Dora, it feels like aiming for a Tateniu seems to be a good plan. But perhaps she's actually not playing this hand to win, even with the 2 Dora, just given her position.
Yeah, Sugimura definitely doesn't have to take any risks.
I will say that is sometimes a weakness of mine. After I win a huge hand and get, a commanding lead, I tend to play the next hand, just the one hand after, pretty passively, because in my mind I've done it. I've done my job, and now I just have to hold on to my lead. But that isn't necessarily true. You shouldn't just give up, because if your next hand is a great one too, it's worth playing. I've been really cognizant of that recently.
I'm usually the opposite, and I start winning, and I think, wow, I'm invincible. I can win everything on this. And then I get stuck with some stupid call where I'm waiting for something stupid, and somebody else is playing smartly and waiting for something smartly. And
Oh, I've definitely been guilty of that as well. This like I've won 3 hands in a row. They've all been Mangan plus. Everything I do is correct. Oh, I drew the wrong side for Sanchoku. Furiten Riichi. And everything I do is correct. Surely this will work. Oh, I got chased. Oh, I dealt on Ipatsu with a door tile. Maybe I should have reconsidered and just taken Litsumo.
yeah. Yeah, definitely you're never as good as you feel like, as you think you are when you're winning.
Now that's an interesting draw we just saw for Chito a couple hands ago. Hedging the normal hand, hedging the Ipego, but also giving yourself the possibility of a Chitoi out. We're going to take a look at it right here. A 2-pin draw gave this a possibility of also, there's other fun things that can happen in this hand. What would you discard upon drawing 3-7?
I think I'm still discarding the 2 dot.
Too efficient, too efficient. Not enough Dion Peiko belief. If I can change my mind about Saranko, I can get you to change your mind about Dion Peiko.
No, Dion Peiko was okay. It's just all pairs. But I guess it is a Sanzo, so we should just believe it and discard the 3 dot.
She's definitely not going to draw the Sanzo. We know where all 4 of them are. But still, Dion Peiko's so fun.
Yeah, I definitely love Dion Peiko, but it just doesn't love me.
I see. Can this hand find Tempai? No. There's decent acceptance in the the pin shape is just so awkward. The 7-pin that she desperately wants has not been discarded.
Alright, going for the Tateniu now, so she can actually call.
Love to see it. We are getting
she might
late.
call anything. Yeah, she, as a dealer, she wants to stay dealer, so.
Miura as well with the Tateniu acceptance. Swapping the 9-pin for a 6-pin. Everyone wants that 7-pin.
Okay, that's a nice draw. It's just so late.
What do you even cut here?
I think I'd go with the 8 dot.
Yeah, she's just hovering that tile as well. Oh, 6-pin.
6. So she's planning to discard both the 6 and the 8. Starts with the 6. I'm not sure that... Oh, Tempai for Ishida. So our dealer will take Tempai. I'm just not sure, like, often you want to discard... If you're discarding the 6 and the 8, you start with the 6. Because it's going to be... The 8 is theoretically going to be safer. So you start with the inside and go to the outside. But I'm not sure this late in the hand that's as useful as it is early in the hand.
Speaking about late in the hand, we saw the late Riichi from Ishida. Now a chase from Nanase.
But maybe, I guess even late in the hand it was useful.
This is interesting. You could con to break 2 Ipatsus. I'm not sure you want to, but
I think if she just started with the 8 dot, I think she would have had a better chance at Tempai, but
the last couple remaining draws go by and pass safely. It is 2 players Tempai. We have another dealer repeat. There have been a lot of repeats in this game.
Yeah, I think we're almost an hour in. We're definitely at the halfway point already.
Yeah, definitely halfway through.
Still not done with the East round.
There was a little bit of a slow start. I think maybe the timer was paused while they did the checked who was sitting where, maybe even for the early wall issue. But So we might have a little bit longer than you might expect here. But it'd be nice, I'm sure this table's thinking if we could just borrow some of the time that the first game didn't use and just add that onto our 80 minutes so that we get to finish the whole game.
It is true. On the broadcast table, you do really want to finish the games, and I don't think like having such a rule would be really that unfair to the other teams because every team would have that, every group would have that rule when they're on the broadcast table.
Yeah, certainly we had games where nearly every match on the Hanjan or Hanjan on the feature table went very close to the time limit, so that wouldn't really have affected things. But today, when a game ends so quickly, it's the first game that I've seen end that quickly. That
Yeah, I think that's the
excess time.
fastest game we've ever watched.
So it could be borrowed. Well, Ishida will repeat. 9 Mondora, Turtle Dora. Penchon from Miura. 8 Mon, 9 Mon held. For Sugimura. Ishida also no Dora, but can call with the Chun on her dealership for fast hand. And that's the value. That's the door pair. Let's say, with some awkward shapes though. 8-9 so, 8-9 pin.
Yeah, everything is awkward. I mean, the best shot kind of looks like a Sanshoku, but then she'd have to discard one of those Dora.
Yeah, I like us moving to the face cam. This is a tough decision. Just go with the four mon and play all the blocks.
And when you have extra Dora like that, then it makes more sense to keep extra blocks and be a little bit more aggressive. Of course, having extra blocks can sometimes reduce your efficiency from 1 away to ready, but it gives you extra efficiency from 2 away to 1 away.
Yeah, and it's always an interesting balance between taking two options. Oh, that's a great fill. Really rewards the 4-pin cut. And here she'll just slim down. Now that she's filled in the worst shape of her hand, she'll discard the other bad shape and just have good blocks moving forward. And that's a really great feeling, especially as other players are starting to open up. You want to be matching that. And since you can't match that with calls, at least being able to draw
calls.
So not quite the Sanzo that we were looking for.
She doesn't need to push the Sanshoku because she has enough value with the 2 Dora.
I guess. Yeah, with the 2 players opening up so aggressively, prioritize your efficiency. Dealer certainly doesn't
going
like.
for the Sanshoku instead of the Pinfu in this hand, it would mean getting rid of 1 Dora. So you're sacrificing 1 Han with the Dora to only if you can keep it closed. So I think it's
Oh yeah,
a
it
good
makes
move.
a ton of sense. So being collected.
Pimp. Hey. Waiting for the fight.
I feel like we had ASMR Jen earlier. Now we're getting a little bit of robot Jen.
So you might will switch out 2-bam for another 2-bam.
Oh, this hand is so close to being good, but now every discard you have to worry that you're just going to deal into the open hands. I guess maybe you don't fear that too much, given that you've got a pair of the Dora, and it's hard to use in the first place.
Yeah, I think Sugimura's hand is Tateniu. I don't know what she.
I believe she called a dragon.
Oh, okay. So she could have Dora in there. I was gonna say, if you can tell somebody is calling with an open hand, like a Tateniu hand, then you don't have to be worried about the Dora at all. But with the dragon or a value tile, then you do have to be worried about. Generally, people call quickly with the value tiles when they have a pair of Dora.
Ishida with the Penchant Sumo. That's actually a really big hand, given that there were a number of reach sticks and Homba in consideration. 4 Homba, 3 Riichi sticks, so that very small, inexpensive looking hand will put Ishida all the way over 30,000 points within striking range of first. If she gets like a Mangan Sumo, I think that would
Yeah, I
overtake.
remember I just said that she wasn't as far away as it looked from first place.
You're right,
Now
and
she's within dealer Hanemon from anybody.
and gets to maintain the leadership. The Homba count goes up to 5 now.
Holy cow.
Some honors, some terminals. Come on, 1 completed shape. We get to see the teammates, the commentary booth.
Yeah, one of the cool things about Yukan Fuji is everybody gets a chance to commentate on games when their team is on the broadcast table and they are not playing, then they hop in that booth.
Yeah, I know. I definitely recommend viewers check out the broadcast that we had last Friday, where we watched Team WRC. It was really entertaining. I also watched the Japanese commentary for that match, just because I was interested in seeing your commentary and the rest of Team WRC in the commentary booth. It's also very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I think that was Vika's first time ever commentating. She was pretty nervous.
It was good, especially since she came off of a win. Perhaps that helps calm the nerves.
Yeah, I remember her saying that she didn't know when she should speak, but she was also in the commentary booth with Saki Goto, and Saki Goto is just such an intellectual player and can commentate on every single discard, and she did.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, so it's hard for Rika to figure out when to jump in. It's kind of like the first time commentating with Corak.
We'll hear Corak later today, of course.
Yeah, the first time anyone commentates with Corak, it's really hard to tell when to jump in because he just sees everything. And especially if you're like me and you don't have a lot of experience, then now I think we have a pretty good rhythm, but definitely same similar vibe with Saki Goto. She has so much to say about every discard and every hand, and it's so interesting to listen to, but it's really hard to do it as your first time commentating.
Yeah, to pick your spot. I think if it was my first time commentating, I would appreciate having somebody who could just take over if in the case that I am lost for words. It's always nice to have somebody so knowledgeable to fill in, the words that I'm struggling to find.
Oh yeah, that's why I have you guys commentating.
I think I just saw a really exciting one for Nanase, and hopefully it's got Dora in it too. 6-0 is a relatively easy to use Dora. But you have to find it. I love this Ipeko shape for Ishida.
Yeah, she's trying to find her pair still, so she's kept the 1 dot. Ideally, she would be able to get rid of that.
As mentioned, with the 5 Homba, all of these hands become inflated to some degree, so you don't feel so bad to open up for something a little bit less expensive or to miss Ura. Extra.
Interesting. So this actually gives her a 2-5 dot weight, which is kind of hard to see. You can see it by counting the Suji. So we have 3 of the 1-4 Suji, 3 of the 3-6 Suji. I mean, there's no 6, but... And only 2 of the 2-5 Suji, so that leaves you with a 2-5 weight, but... she'll discard the 1 dot and go towards the Tateniu, and she also has a callable hand now.
Yeah, it's obviously a good spot to be as dealer. Still have the Ipeko chance. And you can continue to rack up the Homba. Hopefully, she finds 3-mon for the Sanchoku as well.
Yeah, I mean, she could potentially get both the Ipeko and the Sanshoku now. I guess she could be 4 too, but also no.
There's the Dora. It's to a Diankan 2, 4, 6 shape, so she'll actually cut the 1 pin here. Well, that's a Tempai. We'll just take that. But again, dealer applying pressure. Riichi, Pinhu, Ipeko.
Tanya.
Yeah, as well. It's another Mongon. And
yeah, there's no reason to wait for the Sanshoku in that situation. She has plenty of points, and she can just get some more with a much better weight.
There's... Oh, it comes out on Ipatsu.
Immediately.
Is that the 3-mon for the Uda hit as well? I believe that's going to be a Hanuman.
I think she just maybe didn't have enough safe tiles and said, well, I'm just going to go with what's best for me. I'm not sure. That was an interesting Ipatsu discard.
Oh, they don't want to be on stream.
No, I think they were saying, why did you discard
that?
that?
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure if they were showing the reaction when it happened or...
Well, that suddenly becomes a huge swing in this game. And keep in mind, that was the first place team that is now at negative 12,700. So all of a sudden, the standings are going to get really shaken up. And we talked about this. We're about halfway through the season, and every team is getting their second time around on the broadcast table. It is tough, to come back. You see the gap of, 200 points to catch up to the first place team, but actually that's not as big as you might expect given the huge first place UMA and the fact that, in the second half of the season, the players will really be gunning for it. You have nothing to lose, so you might as well give your all towards that first place.
Yeah, so we're seeing it's the turning point now, where we're coming back from the halfway point, and you'll see there's a lot more 400-point gaps coming up between 200 to 400-point gaps than there were the first half of the season. So probably 2 or 3 sessions from now, you'll start seeing players that are playing for themselves and not for the team necessarily anymore, like hoping for an individual spot because their team doesn't really have a chance anymore.
That is true as well. We'll have to keep an eye on the individual standings, particularly in the second half of the season. For Ishida, that huge Hanuman win brings us to 6 Honba. The dealerships keep coming, and she's taken the lead. Sugimura, not willing to let this go by so quickly, will open up for perhaps a quick hand to move us off the dealership. Miura now comfortably in third. Wants to do better, and we've seen this a couple times from Miura. Not willing to take an early Riichi only, with a so-so weight or a bad weight even. It's been very aggressively fighting for value here, and it kind of makes sense in this position, this third place position, where you're not really in danger of getting a last, but you're nowhere close to being first. She wants to get a little bit more out of every hand. And, we are still in East 3. You mentioned the timer, and early on I was thinking, we should be able to advance quickly enough, especially if these dealerships move forward. Well, they haven't, and these hands have gone down to the wire quite a bit here, so I don't think we're going to get a full game in, and that means that your chances at getting big value to come back in this game, they're limited now. You don't have as many as you normally would in a full Hanchan.
Yeah, so Nanase really has to be thinking now, all right, the next turn at dealer is going to be probably my only turn at dealer.
That's a really good point. And Miura here does get rewarded. Slams the Riichi Pinhu. I was perhaps thinking big with his hand, but now that there's a Riichi to contend with, Ipatsumo! does miss the Uda, but Riichi puts some pinfu.
Just on Niroku 1326.
2600 plus, of course, the extra
6 home.
home. Have to do a
You
little
can
bit
see
of
her
extra
like,
math.
kind of calculating in her head in the face shot
13
a second
becomes
ago.
1932. What a weird total of points to collect from players, but that will be 8,000 totals. Like you would have on gun.
Yeah, it's massive. And I was just reviewing the hand before when Nanase dealt in Ippatsu because she was Tenpai.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, none of her tiles were really safe. She really didn't have anything safe against the dealer, so she just took her Tenpai. She didn't reach with it, but she had a shot at changing to like Sanshoku and stuff like that. So it was just super
Unfortunate.
unlucky.
Yeah, I know. When I have that situation and I'm taking my Tenpai for a good reason and I deal in, I wish that I had Riichi so that I could say to the table, yeah, there was a reason I was doing this. That wasn't just throwing that tile out willy-nilly.
Right. I mean, with friends, you can open up your hand and say, look, this is why, but you
Right.
can't do that in pro
Right,
matches.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when you are Tenpai and someone else is slammed to Riichi, your best option is to fight. That's the easiest way to escape the danger. And sometimes fighting just leads to dealing in. And this one was really unfortunate in terms of the value. But finally, the dealership passes after that big sumo by Miura. And Nanase will have her, as you mentioned, probably her only dealership. So she needs to come up with something equally as strong here. Door one pin.
Yeah, it's such a tough balance because you want to get the points as dealer, but also you just want to get to Tenpai to stay dealer. It's
It looked like
really
she has
tough decisions coming up in this hand.
Perhaps the tiles for Riichi, maybe Riichi Pinfu. Not quite the value just yet that she really wants, but maybe she'll find that after a dealer repeat.
She just kind of have a Sanshoku materials in her hand.
Sanshoku thoughts. Sanshoku Pinfu.
This is Sanshoku.
Yeah, she draws the
Miura
3
has-
pin.
And she'll call for a Chanta? Is that what we're seeing?
Perhaps. Maybe I missed value pair there.
No, I think she called with a 1 and she doesn't have anything really that she could.
Yeah, we're gonna get another look. It does look like a Chanta, so
Chanta, I think she kept the 6 just because there was a possible full straight, kind of, so it's kind of a hedge, but.
yeah, it's always nice to have a backup plan when you make a call like that. But very quickly, I think it's gonna turn into that outside hand.
Sugimura not slowing down. She is in the west seat, so she can call that pair of west, and she can also, I think, shift to a half flush if she needs to.
That was a pull and call as well, right? 3-pin pull, and yeah. That also makes this 1-2 pin look really bad for Nanase, and she values just the tile acceptance. Says, okay, if my 3 pins are gone, I'll break my Dora shape and try to build somewhere else. It's not a move you're really happy to make, but it's a necessary one here. Then now for Ishida.
The 789. 1 away, and she still has places she can call to get to Tenpai.
It's a pretty 8-pin fill. Still a couple tiles away here, but there's makings of that 789 Sanshoku. Sugimura also, as you mentioned, has some value routes here. Not only the Honitsu, but also maybe you draw the 9-pin to find Honitsu Toy Toy. Of course, there's always that West call available. Just give any type of value here, just a Yaku high. Oof.
Dora. Dora, what do I do with Dora? She's already called one sequence with Dora? Is that correct? No.
I think it would have been a mod call. Not 100%
Yeah, it's
sure.
nonsense.
But
It couldn't be the dots because we see all the threes, I think.
Yes.
Right, so she discarded her 2 when she saw the 3s gone, and that was what I was... That's why I had the Dora in my mind.
Yeah, preparing for the Dorataki, though. She could chi 3-so or call the 1-so triplet.
Yeah, and that's the balance that we're talking about. Where do you hedge value, or do you just go for the easiest possible thing to win on?
Certainly one pin, not traditionally, rather the Dora, not traditionally an easy tile to win on, but it's really hard for players to use at this point with all the 3 pins gone.
Nanase finally went away if she discards the Dora. I mean, still went away with a 6-dot discard as well, but not quite as flexible, I guess you would say.
And there's a 1 pin. This really is not the draw that I was looking for.
But everyone takes that 1 pin and thinks like, it's not that bad since there's a wall with the 3-dot pawn.
Yeah, and at the same time, why haven't I seen any yet, is the outside hand waiting on it.
It's so much so that Sugimura can't even discard it to keep her tempai.
Yeah, a little bit of a disappointed toss there. Even Nanase, as the dealer here in a desperate spot where she wants to retain the dealership, not willing to cut it out. So she's going to have to complete her final block and then wait on the 1 pin and hope to find a Ryukyoku.
So much aggression on this table, but nobody's tempai.
It's a really interesting style of aggression that's not willing to cut the 1 pin Dora. It's aggressive, but to a point. There is a limit.
Aggressive calling and then aggressive folding.
Yeah, but never giving up completely. Always trying to find a way back in. Especially between Sugimura and Ishida, this battle for first place is so important because of the extra Oka that is present in this league. The winner of first place gets a big bonus, and in the overall team standings, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. We can see the totals. So when Sugimura was in first place a few hands ago, her team was plus, I think, first place for the, not first place, second place for the group. But now Citrus has taken that over with Ishida's just 1,000 point lead.
We did see Sugimura find a tempai, redrawing the 2 pin, and she cut the 2-so instead of 3-so. Will she change her mind? I wonder how many 2-so she can see. One's in a call, and she just had 2 of the 2-so. She just throws the 2-so out, not playing any sort of risky 3-so cut.
Can't see your tiles, Sugimura.
Presumably folding out here, as Ishida did find tempai.
Yeah.
And now that 1 pin that has been threatening, has been stalling these players out for so long, is now a legitimate threat. It will now deal in.
Nobody's willing to deal it.
No, everyone is out, except for Ishida, who will probably pick up the full value for this hand, unless Nanase can find tempai. She cannot. So it goes all the way to the final discard. 2 players tempai, rather 1 player tempai. It is Ishida who will pick up 1,000 from each player. That's actually a significant win for her, netting 4,000 points on Sugimura. So increasing that margin up to 5,000 points now heading into South 1, but probably more importantly, South 1 with maybe 20 minutes-ish left in the game.
Yeah, not a lot of time. So Nanase is here thinking that she's not going to get any more turns at dealer. And probably Ishida as well. So Ishida just wants to try and kind of end the hands as quickly as possible, I think.
We've seen some very aggressive, well, it's a combination of aggressive play and very defensive play. Once one hand presents itself to be a clear and present danger, the rest of the players just back off.
Nice shapes in Miura's hand. Kind of looks like just from the general shapes, it seems like it's gonna be a hand that's gonna be easy to keep the dealership with.
You love to see that. It doesn't have any Dora though. One pin again. We saw how dangerous that was in the last hand.
Yeah, I think actually in Miura's play, she kind of doesn't want to draw the Dora.
Absolutely not. Only Nanase holding one. She wants to draw multiples of the Dora. Also holding a south pair, which could present some value later in the hand. Yeah, for Miura, it looks like straightforward Tateniu, well, maybe not Tateniu, but Pinfu. Maybe you can find any Peiko for extra value. Something to keep this dealership running, and if you get a Mangan Sumo, suddenly you're in the conversation first place along with Sugimura and Ishida, who've been battling now for the past couple of hands.
Wow, nice fill-in for Ishida. And she just wants hands that she doesn't have to reach with, that she can just kind of just fall into Tenpai and someone can just discard without even thinking about if she's ready or not.
Four pin allows
At least
for...
if I were in Ishida's position, that's what I would want.
I agree. The hand is shifting towards more of a Tanya, so that might mean opening the hand if she wants to speed her way to victory. If you're balancing the defensive aspect, maybe you pass some calls that you normally would take. Or she could just play fully aggressive. For example, 4-pin, 7-pin call would be really ideal, especially the 4-pin.
Yeah, the 3 pairs and the dots are kind of hard to work with. And I think that she'd just rather not use that 9 dot on the edge there.
Yeah, naturally if she draws the 8-pin, I guess we'll use it, but ideally we can just drop that tile altogether. Ooh, and there's the 6-mon. This is Ishanta deciding between maybe the 4-pin and the 7-pin here. Perhaps the thought with the 7-pin cut is that we'd like to be Tanya as well. And if you pair up the 4-pin, then you can cut the 9-pin pair. Also, if you upgrade off of the 4-pin, you can cut away from your Kanchan shape.
Manzu that connects, but just doesn't really work.
Mon again. Go right back out. So even still struggling with this 1-3-5-7 Mon shape. All the odds there.
That's a nice draw. 2 dot triples up, so now she can just pull in the 4-7 dot into Tenpai. Sugimura, not Sugimura, Ishida, of course. And that makes Ishida start playing really fast.
So I wonder if someone Riichi's with the 4-pin, as there's a chance Miura would you call that into Tenpai? Would you then shift gears and say, that's 2 save tiles in my hand, I can maybe cut those and find a Tenpai somewhere else?
I mean, yeah, as a general rule, you don't want to pull like reach declaration tiles you'd rather chi them. Especially for like Ippatsu Kishi. If it gets you into Tenpai, it makes it a little bit more of a difficult decision.
Mm-hmm.
But with this point situation, if Miura were to do that, I think I would keep them as safe tiles. Because the deal into Miura is like dealing into Nanase wouldn't be a big deal for Ishida, but dealing into Miura would be pretty devastating because it would get her in a position where she could drop into third place.
Yeah,
especially with Miura as still dealer.
Exactly. As the dealer, not only would she very likely be dropping below Sugimura for second place, but also there's a very good chance that she would fall to third. So definitely might be biased towards playing defensively in that spot and pass the call, even if she had a safe tile to discard afterwards. Oh, just draw it yourself.
I was a little worried about this 6-dot, but she has blockers on both sides. I don't think she has to be too scared of it.
Yeah,
she's deciding whether to reach or not.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It takes the aggressive route, and
I mean, people have been folding at this table a lot, so.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Nine-pin Suchi safe enough. I think even a 9-pin came out from that hand. Yeah, the turn before, so. We'll call for Tenpai.
No Yaku, though.
He really wants to keep this dealership. As you said, probably her last dealership. Oh, well, definitely it's her last dealership. Oh, do we con? Wow. She's... Oh, flipping...
Dora.
For Dora. And suddenly, this is not just your average Riichi here. The table can see it's guaranteed Mangan minimum and very likely to be Hanuman or even Baimon.
Nanase discards the Dora as the last discard, as a Haite discard.
Oh, what an exciting finish for that hand.
Counting how many Han there were in there.
Yeah, I wish we could see the Ura just to be able to tell how expensive it was going to be, even if you see a 1-pin underneath or a second 1-pin. I think about 8 Dora there, 4 on top, 4 on the bottom. Just by mod minimum. In the end, though, it will just be another Ryukyoku that Riichi's stick will stay in the middle and a Hombo will be added. But Ishida, once again, making points on Sugimura. 7,000 points, the gap now.
Miura did call herself into Tenpai, the Yakulus Tenpai, so she gets to stay dealer one more time.
And that's a really big point in terms of the likelihood of Ishida seeing a dealership. Now that's starting to feel a little bit far away.
Yeah, we're definitely pushing the time limit at this point.
And I don't know about you, but it seems to me that the players are speeding up their discards a bit. They're sensing that we're coming up on this time limit. They want to get as many hands in as possible.
It's also a telltale sign that the time has not been called yet, because once they say, all right, you have one more hand after this, then everything slows down a lot.
Yes. That's a nice little Itsu build for Miura. Sugimura has already opened up this hand. Speeding forward to collect that Riichi stick and get to her dealership before time gets called. That technically helps Ishandan. That's going to be a Tenpai for Sugimura over in the Manzu, 6-9 Mon wait. Nanase is still too far away to really have a say in this hand. It's very likely that the 6-9 Mon wait will come out before the hand gets anywhere close to Tenpai. And there it is, the Tsumo. Alright, well that was fast.
It was super fast.
No door in the hand, just double south. Collects the Riichi stick though, and the Homba as well, so what was a 7,000 point gap now becomes something like 3,400.
A little bit more, maybe.
Perhaps, yeah,
It's
just
like
a wee
a
bit.
700. Maybe 27. Just 2700.
Okay, so that's really, really close now.
Yeah, and as dealer Sugimura, she just needs 1,000 points.
Oh, this hyper looks really good too.
Let's see,
got
29
blocks.
from anyone.
It's got some of them are bad shapes, Kanchan shapes, but it has the necessary blocks to hit an early tempai with some good draws. Oh, and that's one of them.
I think Sugimura just needs basically Pinfood Sumo to take over Ishida.
That seems right. It's very close. And of course, two-door for Nanase, that's a good opportunity for her to hit back with a big hand. She needs to find tempai quickly because Sugimura is drawing extremely well right now. Just drew the 6-pin to replace the 9-pin. Now she has a 6-7 shape, diamond shape. Ishanten for Nanase, though. Hit right back.
Nope. With a Sanshoku, wow, Sugimura only needs Pinfood Sumo, but she's going for something much bigger, possibly.
Okay, Ishida will open up for Tateniu. He's not going to let this dealership stick with Sugimura. Suddenly things have really opened up in terms of the speed of the hands. They all want to go quickly.
I mean, considering Sugimura's draws, Ishida might not have a say in whether the dealer
That's true.
stays or not.
Ishida's
She's just
certainly
one away for a massive hand right now.
away though for Ishida as well. Everyone just about Ishanten now. We could see everyone hitting tempai at the same time. That would be really intense. Because it feels like you have to take the fights now. Maybe Miura doesn't have to. Nanase certainly does.
Feels in that middle weight.
Somehow Miura gets there first. Fills the Kanchan, waits on the 8-pin. Also a middleweight.
That same middle 8 weight that Sugimura did not want the first time. First hand.
And there's one of those 8-pins.
Yeah, poor Nanase, it's definitely like sticking out of there.
Yeah, but she has a route. She'll go 1-mon, 3-mon. Almost as just agreed play. Because Tateniu is calling. Now, big question for Sugimura. Will she take this fight and aim for first? Remember, if she deals into Miura, she could drop down to 3rd place. I mean, the gap is really large, 26,000 points, so it'd have to be a big hand. But in theory, it could be done, especially with 1 more hand, or maybe 2 more hands remaining, depending on the timing.
Discarded the 8 bamboo because it was safe from another player's discard, but definitely makes her hand a lot more difficult to win with.
Yeah, certainly, but imagine drawing the 6, so that Sanchoku chance, Ipe Tateniu, it's huge. Not Tateniu, but huge value potential. Opdora. Ishida, again, another player that doesn't want to deal in here, but she's so open. We'll just continue folding with the 6-0.
The 8 die is so extra here.
She desperately... Oh, 6-pin. Does it get called? It does for Tateniu Dora too, but the 8-pin's going to come out. And you saw the hesitance to cut. She knew it didn't look very good, but one chance at that point. Riichi Ipeko. Not the most expensive hand, but shuts down a big opportunity for Nanase. And
I think they've been told that the next hand is their final hand.
that's it. So
Oh no, is that the end of the game?
I think we'll have one more hand. Perhaps checking the points here.
Okay. Oh, maybe because they didn't have enough black sticks, probably.
I see.
Nanase
Because it goes below
going
20,000
over them.
points.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Okay, so issue resolved. I do think this next hand will be the last one, though. I am enjoying these quick peeks into the broadcast booth. We get to see the players. Full range of emotion on display here.
Yeah, definitely they're totally biased and want their team to win.
It's such a tense situation, especially if you are, a fan of Sugimura or Ishida. The player that's going to get first place here, it's up for grabs. It really comes down to this last hand. That first place is so important. So will end up not getting her last dealership as you expected. So from her perspective, she just wants to take as many points as she can going into the end of the game here.
Yeah, I think, her team is in first place at this point, so really any points are going to be helpful. I know when she's sitting there, she's feeling like she needs to that maybe it's not even worth it to win a hand in her position, but considering the overall total points, I think it's definitely worth it to try and win a hand with some sort of value.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea when it gets down to this last hand to start a little bit more slowly because it's not timed anymore, and reconsider what your goals are because, before it's the last hand, you're still thinking about your dealership and maybe collecting some points there. And when that situation suddenly changes, you have to reframe the situation and update it with the current perspective. So looks like she has an idea of what she wants to do now. And I saw some really exciting hands. This is potential Itsu for Miura. A lot of honor pairs for Sugimura and Ishida.
Sugimura, yeah. Wow, they have kind of similar looking hands, actually, with the honors and outside tiles. Sugimura is still 2,700 points away from Ishida, which means 700, 1,300 draw would be enough to get first place. So that would be like Riichi Pinfutsumo, something like that.
Oh my goodness. What a draw.
Miura will be the first to reach, which means that in order to get first place, Sugimura needs even fewer points.
That's also an amazing draw, but Miura now has to somewhat defend here.
I think Sugimura only needs now maybe 300, 500 would just barely not be enough, I think. I think she needs 400, 700 draw with the reach stick on the table.
Of course, she will get to collect her Riichi stick back if she wins. Itsu would be ideal. You just draw the 9, so it's the door. It makes the math really easy. Riichi, Pinfu, Itsu. It's already long gone.
I'm first place. I'm just gonna fold. Or at least Masu roll it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot because you suspect if Sugimura is willing to take this Riichi, it's a Riichi that has enough value to win. But sometimes it has to someone hit Uda to win, and folding is good enough. Although, if Sugimura is the only player Tenpai, she will overtake.
Yeah.
And even if there are 2 players Tenpai, she'll still overtake,
Yeah.
so you do have to be a little bit careful with that. It's tough though because Ishida drew the Dora and you just can't drop that here. Yeah, it's feeling like it's just going to be a second place for Ishida unless...
I mean, we don't know if Sugimura is gonna keep her tempai or not. She is kind of wary of her floaters a little bit, that 5, except for that's tempai,
It
and she
is.
will just take it.
Yeah, she's going to take this challenge. Of course, Ishida cannot really directly challenge Miura, but when Sugimura also is tempai, now we see
That's it.
the South come out. And it's got Chanta. Yakuhai, Chanta, all the goods here.
Yeah, I think that's 64.
It is such a huge hand for Sugimura. Of course, Miura, no problem taking that Riichi. Does end up dealing, but will confirm third place. Sugimura takes over here, plus 64.0.
Yeah, huge win for her team. Minus 70 for Nanase, and their team was in first place, so you can see that massive swing from plus like a 200-point gap down to just a 70-point gap, basically.
Hell, all of the games today have come down to this last hand. It's been something to fight for, and it's been a tension between two players every single time.
I wonder if, I think it's maybe the type of Uma that they use. Kind of encourages that coming down to the last hand, because it's not just today, you know, in this league it seems like a lot of times the last hand is super exciting for a lot of reasons, and with the Ipatsura chances as well.
Yeah, and it becomes even more complicated when Miura is the person to slam a Riichi, and then the other two players have to decide, do I fight this or do I fold? It's a little bit easier for the first place player to decide to fold, but the second place player has the incentive to fight there with the big gap, and Sugimura did end up finding tempai, fighting against this Riichi and getting the win as well. Played all around. That was a very exciting game.
That was good, yeah. I was cringing so much. Don't deal in. Great game. I think we're going to welcome Corak, and I wonder if I can take a 2-minute break real quick to go grab a drink for the last game. This was a really long game.
It was, yeah, go ahead and do that. And also,
Right.
yours as well, we'll be swapping commentators around. And I hear Corak will be hopping in.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if he's going to get here anytime soon.
Oh dear. Well, welcome, Corak. It's going to be a fun one for the last one. I know when Jenn returns with her drink, I will be stepping away and you'll be finishing the day with her. And I'm going to be looking forward to hearing the two of you commentate this last game. They've been pretty exciting so far. Certainly some monster hands. I'm thinking about that Hanuman that Ishida won to make this first place in question. Sugimura did have the early lead for quite the majority of that game. And then suddenly there was repeat after repeat. We got up to 6 Homba at one point.
Well, it looked like there's a really big lead opened up, slowed down over time, but just when one player on the table kind of explodes, it's a big question of how much can everyone else take advantage.
Yeah, and in the end, Miura gave her best effort, got a couple of tempais that ended up with a 5,200-point win that turned into Mangan due to all the Homba and some other tempais near the end, but ended up dealing the last one. We'll just get the third place. The battle between the two at the top was certainly intense, and it's been that way all day long. We'll have one more game with this table to determine where the final standings lie. I guess in the interim, we've got, I know you and I are both in the American Region Mahjong League. That's wrapping up. We're almost up to the end of that.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a mess as you get towards the Christmas season getting games in, but you were running away with the league. Now you're just in a good position.
That's right. I mean, talking about people, getting massive wins. Aimi, with 4 wins in a row in a single session in A1. It's incredible to get even 2 wins for a positive finish, but 4 straight wins, and she picked up over 100 points in a single session, which is really hard to do. in the American Riichi Mahjong League, very close to taking over first place. I'll have a few games to respond, but we'll see where things stand going into the final session, which begins just over a week. And I know it's going to be really exciting. We're going to try to broadcast as many games as we can on our YouTube channel at American Riichi on Twitch. Rather, not YouTube, but Twitch. And, we usually have a Wednesday broadcast, but we didn't get to do it this time because no one played. It was Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, and everyone was traveling to visit their family.
Yeah, family, etc. Just tables couldn't get together, of course. We were here broadcasting the Yukan Fuji Cup yesterday. Of course, you can always check that out.
Absolutely. It was a great day. The Team Mahjong Soul was represented. And, they've been having a very good season. So if anybody missed that, is interested in seeing how Team Mahjong Soul fared, definitely check out the live broadcast from yesterday, or at least the VOD for that, on our YouTube channel.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the people. I think we've given Jenn a couple minutes, but it may be worthwhile just to introduce the players.
Yeah, let's take a look. For game number 3, first dealer, Mayu Sugano from Team Full Flash, a Saeki-sen professional player. I think we've had mostly NPM players today, but we'll have a couple Saeki-sen pros in this game. In the south seat, Haruka Nishizono from NPM for Team Firebird. In the west seat, Nako Saeki from Saeki-sen again, Team Citrus. And at the north seat for Team NicoNico, it will be Emi Sugimura once again from NPM. And she had such a great game in game number 2 of the session. Going back to back now, we'll see if she can pull off another strong result.
Yeah, I do notice that the Firebird logo is different from the one that they actually show on the screens. Do we have any idea why?
So the logos kind of switched halfway through or a few games into the season. And so the screen that I made at the beginning of the season for all the teams had one logo, and some of the teams switched out their logos. So this is a new one, and I didn't have time to actually make a new team screen.
Rising from the ashes of their old logo, so I guess it at least fits with the theme of a Firebird. But with that, I guess let's go ahead and head into the action.
All right, thank you, Nathanael.
Very good. I'll leave it to the two of you to finish us off.
All right, getting in.
So if you're all these teams, what are you really thinking of this game? Are you still just positioning for points? Are you looking to run it up, or just trying to shut someone down? I always think about the mental state a lot, especially in the late games.
Well, Sugimura just had a really great game. So I think she brought her team to positive, and also brought down the first place team. I think it was Flash. Brought down the first place team to from plus 175 to plus 100. So she really closed that gap with another first place here. She can bring her team actually into first place.
Well, that's
so
a starting hand.
Of. Yeah.
Possible Honroto Honitsu. That's not something you see every day. Nice little pinfu type shape. 7-pin would really help. We see an east pair here. Great shapes. Not too much value, though. Okay, gonna hold the 258 in Pinzu, maybe going for Honitsu. Dreams of an eccentric Yaku like Honroto seem a little dashed, but definitely not the most efficient one. There's the 8-mon pair up, can always just call the east. Throws the 5, just definitely locked in Honitsu, but hasn't really decided which of the 2 suits it's going to be in, just not Manzu. 7 extends the 3, 4, 5, 6 shape. Possible 5, 6, 7 Sanshogu now. 5 connects, and this is now getting very close, but again, just no value yet. Hitmon's the perfect fill. This is now Ishan 10.
You see, Full Flash had dropped down to 102, and NicoNico's difference between there is actually only 60 points. So even just a positive score for NicoNico and a negative score for Full Flash will switch around the first place team in this group.
Yeah, and of course we do always talk about that first place bonus that Oka making any win significantly bigger.
Yeah, just huge swings with the Oka.
One pin. Okay, there it is going for the Pinzu Honitsu, but it's just so slow. And speaking of not slow, that's just a Riichi Dora 1 waiting on 2-5 mon. That's the thing about having a bunch of honor pairs is they're pretty useless unless you can call them. You expect them to come out right away, but sometimes they just don't and your hand's stuck.
Yeah, and her shapes in she'll draw it herself, but the shapes in her dots are just so bad.
It doesn't really like the 3. It goes and shoves it. And you see these tiles, it's so bad. You're gonna have to call probably 3 times to be 2 shunten. That's how that hand feels. Pair up of
And
the
it's
6s can go Tanya if you cut the 998, but just throws the 6, especially with 3 having already come out, makes sense. That 1 mon's definitely a fold, breaking the hand up.
it just feels like such a waste for Sugano here. With her dealer turn, and she went for that flush, but it just did not pan out, and that's the risk of playing for points instead of efficiency.
Now that's what you're always trying to balance is speed, value, and defense. Usually not really that focused on defense in that first row, but when you get a chance for a monster hand like that, I don't mind the absolute greed. Sometimes the wall doesn't play nice. Now this is a Dora, can be cheat cut 9-9, and that's going to the play here. Possible Tanya Sanshugu Dora 1, but still a Shunten. And yeah, the only route in this hand now is just Chitoitsu. Unless you're ending with pairs, you're just folding. I'm surprised the West doesn't come out.
Just out. 100% fold now. And I think it was the call for this hand that did it.
Yeah, once you know someone else is fighting this, you don't really have to be that involved. Six has come out, so the 9's very safe. Just sitting here trying to sit on that 2-5, but hasn't gotten anything since the early Riichi. And just nothing here. There really isn't much to say. We have one hand that's trying to fight, and the other that's just trying to sumo. I'm still surprised this West hasn't come out. Seems just very scared of it. I don't think you're ever playing for Denpai payments here. There it
There
goes.
it is. Yeah, I think. So Sugano is actually in 39th place overall right now going into this game. So
Oh, we have
she has a
Denpai 258.
really good shot at making it into the individual finals. And her team has a good shot at the finals, so she really needs to.
There's our sumo reach. Sumo Dora 1. Just the 4,000, 1,000, 2,000. As
Sugano's
Nishizono
gonna
going to be
be.
the quick winner here. Of course, you see where the team is. Needs a bunch of help, but
Yeah.
that's a good start. And we'll have dealer coming up now.
So Sugano wants to get those points, but she also needs to focus on not losing points, I think.
Well, I
Really
feel in
different
this
position
situation
from
you
last
need
place.
to just go and not worry about as much because there's not really that much of a difference ending second by 50 points and fourth by 300 because you're just not advancing either way. But you are worried about
Not
your
for
own
Nishizono, yeah.
potential, right? You are worried about your own potential situation if you're competing for the individual title. But other than that, you just need to try and high roll. And Nishizono is dealer here. 2 is a nice
So
little fill there.
Nishizono is actually, even though her team has such a large negative, she's actually 24th overall and has plus 97.8. So she's really looking to gain points.
Yeah, and then you have
Mostly
to
for the
balance.
individual race. Yeah.
How much are you playing for your team, and how much are you just going to say, okay, it's kind of a lost cause? And at this point, you still have some time. If this were, say, minus 300, I think you just say, forget the team, do what you can. But here, you still have a chance.
True, it's still the 5th session for this group, so they have exactly half left after this game.
All right, let's see the Haku pair here. Not too much value in this hand, kind of awkward to use. Similarly, a very awkward hand here, very slow. We have some pairs here, maybe Peiko and Manzu, but just all the shapes are bad. The 7 makes this maybe the best hand of the bunch, and it's not pretty. It has that lone floating Dora. We'll keep the Ryankan 135, but ugh. Hands are all bad.
There's another open-ended for Saeki. Improves. It's actually a huge improvement just because all the shapes are so bad to start with.
9's a nice fill there. Could even move towards Honetsu, but of course you'd love to keep it closed with the Peiko potential as well. North doesn't do anything, and it's just a lot of misses, but at this point, oh, there's a bit of a backfire. That always feels bad when you get the Kanchan and immediately draw the fill.
Yeah, it's just what you gotta make a decision, and sometimes it's just not gonna work out.
Now we do see all the 4s in this hand. This actually makes the 2-3 very nice safe tiles, but also probably very good on the wall. But at the same time, it's still pretty inefficient. That's where you can make an argument to cut maybe the 1 pin and try and greed a bit, just because you think the 2-3 is really good in the wall. But it's normal to just throw it. And as I say, the 2-3 is good in the wall if you see the 2 drawn. Just because it's in the wall doesn't mean you're going to be the one that gets it. Now, Ishan 10, planning for that Dora Tonki most likely, if you could draw a 2-mon or 4-mon. 6 moves that shape a little better. Possible 6-7-8 Sanshogu.
Nishizono definitely ahead of the other hands at this point.
Oh, that is Tempai, but that is an ugly one. We'll take the Riichi Nomi on the 2-mon.
I think she's kind of reading the discards and noticing that everyone else is slow as well, so she's just gonna push it and put pressure on everybody else.
Yes, if you knew where you were in this situation, the Riichi is perfectly acceptable. It's one where even if you don't win it, just netting the 2,000, plus your dealer, you don't have to think that hard about it.
Yeah, it's just like, here, everybody, have a much harder time than you already were having.
And at this point, really no one has an incentive to fight here. Maybe this hand if it gets a few more draws, but still has that 2, 2, and 5. There's a long way to go.
Long way, and we're already more than halfway through the hand.
And the 3, you still have the honors to get rid of. The door is safe, but that's about all you can say. No, Dora pair up. Okay, that's what you're looking for. Now Ishan 10 with a potential good weight for Riichi Peiko Dora 2. That was the reason it was held rather than thrown as a safe tile, is to give yourself an excuse to get back in this. There's the 2-mon. It deals in, and 1 Ura, so that's Riichi Dora 1, 3,900. Which is about as much as you can hope for when you take that lousy Riichi. You figure, I'm dealer, maybe I'll flip it Ura, and going to put Nishizono's lead up over about 9,000 over second place.
Yeah, and just being the only player above 30,000 is pretty big. It feels like a big flex when you just look at it. Even if somebody else is close, when you just have one player over 30,000, it feels like you're way far ahead.
Yeah, just seeing that 3 on the score line in front of you, it feels a little bit better.
So I had a question in the chat. The WRC team actually has a bye this week, so we're covering the other teams.
Yeah,
Right now,
WRC is in group 16. So as you see, we're just at 1. We went through the grouping. I believe we had Team WRC, was that last week?
Yep.
So it'll be a while before we see them again.
Yeah, but we will have games in January that we can report on, and we will have video reports from the team as well. But 3 weeks of bye three sessions of buy.
All right, well, we have a nice little Itsu forming here, but as the Dora, I just got the Tumon, that's going to be the play here. This allows you to keep the Dora shape, allows you to keep the Itsu shape. A bunch of pairs here, actually very close. The 2 extends the Ryanka into 2, 4, 6. Let's go ahead and cut the extra floater. 3, so, that Sozu shape is hideous. 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 7, 9, 9, and 6 is Dora. 3, so completes the shape there. That's now Ishan 10. 7-pin pair up doesn't really do anything. I imagine it goes back, and it does. 4 mon, no. This is Ishan 10 for Chitoitsu Dora 2's the plant. Oh, there's Tempai. That's just going to be a Riichi. Riichi Pinfu, nothing fancy here, but another Riichi by Nishizono in first place as dealer.
And then just still putting pressure on everyone else. Fear my dealer reach.
Well, especially it's early, you have a good weight. There's not ever really a reason to Dama here. You need the points, not only for the team, but as we mentioned a little bit ago, for yourself, because you're trying to make a run up the scoreline personally. But that's a miss. Just needs the 3-6 mon. We see that floating 3 mon, but I can't imagine it's going to come out anytime soon.
Yes, and Nishizono, the reached dealer right now, she's in 24th place going into this game. So 24th place is already within the playoffs, the individual playoffs zone. And if she can secure a higher slot, then she can actually join into the playoffs at a later stage.
There you see the 3-so pair up. Doesn't really push the Chitoitsu, which seems perfectly reasonable. But more or less gives up in the hand. And speaking of Chitoitsu that aren't coming, draws a really bad 5 mon, goes ahead and breaks it as well. So at this point, it does feel like there were 2 people that had a chance to get in, and both of them kind of bailed. So this may just be a situation where a dealer either sumos it or gets a bunch of tempai payments. There are routes back into the hand, but they just seem unlikely.
Yeah, I think Saeki has the best shot at a route back into the hand right here, but
Yeah, just
with
not
her,
even going to bother with it. The 1 pin's safe. No reason to get involved in this.
she's still just 2 away for all pairs, though.
There's a completed shape, so there are messy routes, but it's just so far away.
Everything's so messy.
And that's what's going to happen is if there's an early Riichi, then everyone else probably hasn't had time to structure their hands to get in a winning position. If you get just a great hand, wonderful, but most hands are, to begin with, bad. Now, this is actually an interesting Ishan 10.
Maintain Nishanten. And as we were mentioning in the last game, Sugimura is probably the most experienced person on this table. She's already won the team event 3 times, which I said I believe is more than any other player in the tournament.
No, on the 6. So the question is, do you greed
It's
for
a
the Sanchibu,
backfire.
maybe cutting the 3-4, but the 5 came out last turn, so it'd be Furi 10. The question is, can you keep pushing? I think the 6 isn't that bad, is it? Nope. See, not completely giving up. It goes and cuts the 7 here, which is safe.
I mean, I think the 6 is the deal-in tile, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We know that it is, but it's the
Or does it
question of
look
what are you
bad?
going to fight with?
Yeah.
It's not the worst tile, but you're just kind of in the situation where there aren't that many other options. You're either folding or pushing. And definitely in a table like this, you're going to get away from it. There's not really reason to fight head on.
Yeah, she's still got plenty of time until her first turn at dealer, and she's in 2nd place right now. Not far away at all from dealer. She doesn't want to increase that gap.
And let's see a call here, maybe moving towards a Tateniu. Another one of those 3-6s drawn. Sitting there with that pinfu, you have that great weight early, and you figure you're going to sumo at some point, but the wall's not cooperating.
Sugimura skillfully keeps that 6. She did discard the 5 and the 7. But right here, that 6 is not coming out.
No, there's just nothing here. Now, the 4 is an awkward tile. This is Ishan 10. Would have to push the 8 so and the 5 pin. We'll go ahead and take a chance. There have been a bunch of 7s, so the 8 doesn't look quite as bad as it might otherwise. This is also an Ishan 10, but not going to take it. The West is a miss.
You're trying to fold and you have nothing but pairs and none of them are Genbutsu. It just, everything looks so scary.
Well, I think that the 7 pin on the left, so maybe the 4's Nakazuji at least. Which is about all you have to go on. And there it is. I'm going to see a Chi. This is probably just a high-tay shift. Determining who gets the last draw, changing it, getting it out.
Yeah, originally the last draw would go to Saeki, because it always goes to the south player, but there were a couple of calls, so that moves to the north player.
So that's the 2000. A little disappointing when you have a Riichi like that, but you'll take it. It's not like this was a 4 Dora hand that was missed. It's just a Riichi Pinfu. But just extending the lead here, and I will be 2 Homba and the Riichi stick in the middle. This looks a little bit worse than some of the others. The shapes are there, but it doesn't look that fast. You have that nice So shape and a Ryanman in upper Pinzu, but everything else is Penchon, Kanchan. The 3 is a nice fill to the Ryan. We have a Hatsu pair, and there's a pretty big incentive to just call and go here with the Homba in the middle. 5, so I don't really do anything here, but we'll hold it as just a float or possibly Pacro upgrades later. 1 pin doesn't really help. 5 upgrades to a Kanchan, maybe some sort of 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7 Sanjiku later. The 5 doesn't help. We'll see. It just goes and throws the 8. 1 doesn't do anything. It's going to get thrown. 3 is another pair, but just a huge incentive to just try and call this down because it's just so slow.
Yeah, I do like the 3, 3, 5, 7, 7 shape that 3 brought in, though.
No, that fills one of the round. Now the question is, what floating tide you got rid of? The normal cut is 5 mon here, but there are arguments for at least 6 different options here. I don't mind cutting to 1-3. I don't mind cutting to 1-2. I don't like cutting the 5 so, but I've seen people do it. I really wouldn't like the 5 so because 6 so is Dora. If you get it on one end, you get Dora. If you get on the other end, you get Ipeko. And goes and cuts the Penchon, the 1-2. Ugh. Well, just keeps trying Pinzu, but they're not fitting nicely. Needs 4s and 6s and lots of them.
Yeah, it's setting up a lot of potential good shapes in the future, but you gotta draw other things to complete those good shapes. That fills in the middle weight.
Nice little fill. Question was asked in chat, what's the UMA for the tournament? Is 2010, but with a 5-point bonus from each player for first place. So effectively, it ends up being a net 35, 5, minus 15, minus 25. Well, that's what we said. Needed 4s and 6s. There's a 4. Now Ishunten.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I love that 3, 3, 5, 7, 7 shape. The 2 on the side and the 9 on the side are a little bit extra, but the 2 is not. Is actually pretty good if you can keep it because it gives you an open-ended in addition to with that 4 fill.
This is an Ishunten. The question is, do you just abandon all value cutting the 5 so for raw efficiency, or do you try and get a little creative, maybe a 1-pin cut? Nope, just takes the widest Ishunten. It's guaranteed to be a bad weight unless there's some sort of shape upgrade, but it is the fastest route to Tempai.
I think that the display was actually mistaken. It looks like the door is actually the 4 character.
Oh, 4 Mon. Okay, yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely a
so
Monzu tile over there.
that would. Now everything makes sense.
Yes, that's a little clearer. So this
Keeping the
6 allows a
5
shape
character.
upgrade. You can cut the 1-3 pin here, but cuts the 7 Mon. Figure something near Dora. If you're sitting on a shape near Dora that doesn't use Dora, you just want to get to the one that will accept Dora or get rid of it altogether because people are going to be holding those 6s. That completes the Ryanman shape. Can cut the 5 floater if you want to keep the safe tile, or can go ahead and cut the 5 for a potential Suji trapped 8 so wait later.
So I think the broadcast team is getting used to this new overlay and updating it. So a few glitches here and there. But overall it looks much nicer and kind of more modern than the previous one.
Yeah, I noticed they just added that second hole because that wasn't in there a while ago. Oh, there's a 6. That's the 6 we were looking for, but not that person who needs it. Now, Ishunten, this is Ishunten for Riichi Nomi or Riichi Pinfu, depending on what's drawn. The 9 so doesn't really fit. 6 is now an Anko, and that's Tempai. Riichi Dora 1, 2, 5 Mon.
That's Tempai as well. Those dot shapes did end up helping out, as
Riichi
ugly as they
Dora
looked
1,
before.
1 4 pin. Long pause here because you have 2 Riichis. Now you have to not only think about yourself, but how much do you want to fight this? And the answer is usually not much. I might just throw the 7 and say forget it. It's Ishunten. You're tempted, but there's just no value here. And I feel the only reason this is even being thought about this long is Nishizono is dealer and doesn't want to give it up. But eventually says, yeah, it makes sense. Get rid of the 7.
Nishizono claims to be a holiday mahjong pro, so probably she has a day job, although she hasn't disclosed that.
And it's just a matter of what's the safe tile. Once you throw in the 7, you're just giving up on this hand. But nothing looks great here. Throws
There
the
it
2 and
is.
does deal in. Riichi Dora 1. Gets a whole bunch of Riichi sticks. Of course, the 1 back. You see the 3 sticks and 2 Homba, worth more than the 26 itself.
She'll get 2,600 plus the 2 continuances, give her 32.
And will be dealer now in East 3. And there aren't any big value, but just getting the pot is so nice because it bumps that cheap hand to effectively an extra Han right there. Has a Hatsu floating Dora, distant 678 Sanshoku. 5 so fills the 4-6. The rest of the shapes though aren't great. The 7 fills the penchant. Shapes are okay. And the 1 mon, ugh. Yuck. Yuck. I'm trying to think of anything else. It is, when you look up bad hands, that's the type of shape I think of.
That's what I was saying in the last game when I start singing that Adam Sandler song. Piece of bleep hand.
Alright, or you see the 1 pin cut. Doesn't really do anything, and almost may just be going Kokushi. That is the I've given up. The going Kokushi from what, a 6 or 7 start?
The Hail Mary Kokuchi.
And there are times to do it. Oh, well, that 8 pin actually helps you go maybe Chanto with this. We'll need to cut something later or draw around the upper Sozu.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just gonna end up being a fold, but got lots of tiles to do it with.
There are a few hands where you just take one look at it and go, this isn't happening. And this may be one of them. Normally, I like fighting on almost everything, but that's so bad, I don't mind this play. And moving towards that Koguji, it was a complete dream, and now it's a distant dream.
It's 4 away and there's no pairs. That's the one saving grace.
Well, the question is it going to go for the Sanshuku hedge, and we'll go ahead and cut the E's. Giving up on Kokushi, planning for the 79 Sanshuku with a Chanta somewhere. 6 upgrades the shape, also allows the 6-minute Sanshuku to continue as the 1-mon pair up here, looking for the Peiko with something in middle Sozu to connect. South's a miss. 6 runs a pair up, doesn't do a whole lot for this hand, but does slightly extend the shape. 7 So's a good floater, but are you really looking for floaters at the beginning of row 2? The one redeeming grace of this hand is it does look like you're going Honitsu. But if you throw the 6, everyone knows you're either going Kokushi, Chitoi, or it's just trash.
Sticks with the Hoitsus weirdo bluff. Now, I don't say weirdo because what she did is weird, is because it's not a semi bluff, and it's not. I guess it's kind of a full bluff.
Well, at this point, it's really your only play with that hand. You had a dream, it didn't get there, which you would expect, and there just aren't really any upgrade routes.
I guess you're kind of backdooring into the bluff. That would be a way to describe it.
Yeah, it wasn't really planned, or at least it doesn't look planned, but the draws pushed it that way. And the question is, who will respect you? And the answer is probably no one yet. But if we start seeing a bunch of honors and then say a 6-pin, everyone should pay attention. Because we also don't know where the Dora are, nor does anyone else.
I do wish that she would just discard a little bit faster if she's going to use the Hoitsu bluff.
5 connects there. Shape upgraded significantly.
This game is also going really slow. We're already just about really close to the halfway point as far as the timer goes, and we're still in East 3.
Oh, there's our Riichi's Sanshoku waiting on Tumon. Of course, it's one of those things you tell people, do not trust Riichi Suji. It is exactly for this reason, where there's a Ryankan shape, and you normally take the fake Suji shape. It even gives up the Tanya to take this. There's an argument to even 1-mon Dama.
Yeah, I think that might have been my play. I was thinking about that.
And there goes the Dora. Of course, it had come out early from that hand. Ishan 10 now with that 5-pin draw.
As it comes down to reading the table, if you can tell in certain games that these players are more likely to discard Suji, even if it's a the Reach declaration tile. And this sort of table or these sort of players are less likely to. And that sort of thinking comes into play a lot in pro matches, especially like M League, where all the players know each other really well.
And there's a Haku pair up, but that hand's not really pushing. 4 pins a miss. 4 so is a hit. That is Tempai, 1 mon, 6 mon for Ipeco. And of course, with the Haku being the door indicator. Oh no, the 5. Well, I guess that wasn't the waiting tile, but it would have given you some interesting upgrades.
It makes it a double Suji.
Yeah, if you didn't believe the Riichi tile, well, we're going to do it again just to clarify for you.
Is she worried about? The thing is, when you have a pair and a floater of the same Suji, sometimes you get really worried about it if none of them have passed on the board. She might decide to switch to the same way as a Reach player, or just fold.
Yeah, just folds. So this is there are 2 different defensive issues with the 1 and the 3. You have the 5 where Riichi, so the 3 is in the danger area if it came from a 4-5-5, the 3 will deal in. And the other thing is just generally when a 5 comes out, the 1-4 and 6-9 of the suit are very scary. It's something you'll more often see early in hands, but just didn't think the 1-4 Suji was good. Turns out it was, but we're going to see 3,000 here, picks up all the Tempai payments.
We have another continuance as dealer as we approach the halfway mark of the timed match.
And we'll have another repeat here. 1 Hombo, 1 Riichi stick. Take a look at this hand in a little bit.
Oh, that getting a interesting effect from that shirt, at least on my screen.
Yeah, it does kind of glisten, doesn't it?
It's like a mosaic kind of, I don't know.
One of those things where you're sure someone's trying to hypnotize you, but you don't know how or why. But we see a Haku pair there and a Dora. May just be a call and go with a 13 in the middle. Again, yuck hands. This I would just flat out go Kokushi.
Definitely.
Even with, I'm be tempted to even cut the Dora first turn as defiance. 2-pin doesn't do too much, but does help the shape a little bit. There we see the 7 so pair up. But you're not likely using the 7 as a pair unless it ends up going Chitoitsu route. The 5 fills in, but again, that just feels Kokushi or nothing. 9 so slightly upgrades the shape, allows you to accept Dora. I imagine one of the honors will come out. There goes the Chun. 6 upgrades to a Kanchan shape. But this hand has so many pairs, the question is, will it be broken? And yeah, locks in the Dora acceptance with the 7-8. Third pair here doesn't really do much in this hand. And we'll go ahead and cut the 9 so for now. 2 at least upgrades this to Ryanka. And again, the whole plan was to call the Haku. We haven't seen it. North is an upgrade, and now we see if it is Kokushi, and there goes the Dora. So it doesn't cut it first turn, but we were on a similar wavelength there. Free upgrades the shape, but still has too many pairs. It's just not a great hand, especially when you just saw Dora come out. You're a little concerned when that happens. Your hand is bad. 4 pairs up, won't keep it. Still wants to call the Haku. Gives up the Tanya route. 5 fills the Ryamen there. We'll go ahead and cut the Hatsu. Oh, the backfire on the 5-pin cut a couple turns ago. 3's a pair up, doesn't do much, and the 1 does even less. And so what's going through your head when you have someone who's so blatantly, obviously going for a Kokoshi? Because it's not going to be Junshan Chanta with the Dora cut. You're not going to be Chitoitsu unless they somehow had an Anko with the Dora, and then you might just hold it for a Toy. It really feels like it's always Kokoshi here.
Like, I actually really like to go for Kokoshi too often, but especially since they stopped allowing the 9 tiles, 9 types abortive draw in most of the rules.
High.
Yeah, you start going for a lot more than before.
Well, the other thing is, if someone's going for it, the tiles you'd normally be holding as safe are actually the most dangerous.
True, but if you're the one going for it, those are really easy. It's really easy hand to fold later.
Yeah, that's the other advantage. Although one thing that can happen is if you're going too obviously for Kokoshi, people know the most obvious tiles will flow out and may just sit there and Dama on you.
That's true. I need to think about this more.
3 fills in the Penchon, now perfect Ishan 10 on a 3-mon cut. I would cut 6-mon just for the potential Suji trap, although you're probably not taking the Shumpon ever. But instead, we'll cut the 3 end.
Yeah, the only way you take the Shabo there is if you end up with a lot of 5s and 8s on the board before you Tenpai. 2 away for Kokoshi now.
Getting closer, we are in the middle of the hand. This is when people should be getting close to Tenpai. And that's what we see, is a lot of people are close to Tenpai. This is the other thing with that 1-mon draw. There was a way to shift down to a 1-2-3 Sanshoku if you cut the 6 as well. But 6-pin isn't going to do anything, and generally when you see the pond like that, you know the Kokoshi. It's 1,000% Kokoshi. No, there's no doubt in anyone's mind. But it's also just not there yet. There's usually at least 2 overflow. There's not a requirement. I've seen people do it perfectly with no overflow, but usually you get somewhere in the 2 to 3 range.
Just drawing the most useless tiles. They kind of end up as backfires, but there's no way you would have kept them in the first place.
Lizzle has it on the Hatsu, but I just throw it back. I actually think the Haku are your safe tiles, because you have to assume the Kokoshi has on one of them anyway. Nope, gonna hold it as a safe tile, figuring the other players are closer. 7 upgrades this will possibly Peiko shape. And I say overflow, as now we see a north pair up, so one of those is going to have to come if the hand advances. There's Tenpai, Shumpon, Tuso, Haku for Riichi, Dora, possible Haku. There's another pair.
And Haku was necessary in the Kokoshi, so I'm sure the Kokoshi is going to fold at this point. It's
just not there. This is also a dealer Riichi, so you have to have a good reason to fight. We're seeing a
Looking at
long
these,
pause here. This is a Tempai call, I believe.
deciding if it's worth it to go for the reach stick against the dealer, or go for the, I'm sorry, the Tempai sticks against the dealer reach, and she thinks it is.
Yeah, there isn't a Yaku here, so you can just play as much defense as you want.
But looking at all the hands, it really, or we're going to have
Oh, there's a
another.
Sumo on the expensive end. Reach, Sumo, Haku, Dora. The Aura is the 9, so not going to help, but that's Mongon, and that's going to put Saeki in first place. Expensive end there, going to be almost at 40,000 now.
That brings Nishizono back under 30,000, and we have another continuance. So now we're definitely past the halfway mark and still not even done with the East round. 2 really long games today.
That looks like Dora is 2-pin. Yes, we can see the 1 there on our left. And, oh, well, if you're dealer, that's a great starting hand. Just have your double Yakuhai paired up, a floating Dora, and pretty good shapes everywhere. 7-mon would really help, but what I really want is something near Dora, or better yet, another Dora.
Yeah, another Dora would be definitely the dream here.
Right, so it gives a possible Sanshoku Junshan type shape, but a long way away. The 7 gives a little bit of upgrade. There's our first fill, as the 557 is now a 5567. The 6 fills in. The Ryaman there, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. Speaking of fills, the 2 so fills in the 1, 3, and definitely feels Junshan.
And the Sanshoku.
8-mon's an interesting pair up. There's actually a Chitoitsu, right? I might have 5-pin, and that's going to be the play here. Because if you get something in lower pins, you just want to use the Dora.
Yeah, I like the 8-mon pair up there because you can use the 566 as an open-ended as well.
Well,
All right.
there's, and that's the thing, is if you draw that, are you going to take the 3 Kanchan with Dora, or are you going to take the Ryanman cutting Dora? I think you cut the 5 anyway. There's our 8 pair up, the hand advancing, but looking cheaper because it's not going the Junshan route. The pairs are on the 2s and 8s.
Playing much faster now. No reaches on the board, so they don't have to think about not dealing in quite as much, but also maybe feeling the pressure from the clock.
The Ishanten now would be Riichi Nomi. Potential Riichi pay. 9 so pair up, that's what you were looking for. That at least locked us in. You can cut 8 so later. 7 connects to the 6. The question is, you want to float the 4, and the answer is nope. Also, a 5, 6, 7 Sanjiku looking pretty good. 8 pair up, but this hand just isn't there. It has a few pairs, but it's just too slow. And you figure it's by far too slow as you're getting to the second row. And that's about the only time that makes you feel sad cutting the 4-pin, is drawing a 3. You're going to see a Chi here, and this is just Tempai. That was the tile that was desired so badly. Double East Dora 1 with the 2 Homba would be a nice little pickup. There's our Tempai, and this is pay possible Sanshoku.
So it'd be 5,800 plus the 600 is 64, or a Roan win. Or 6,600 for a Tsumo win for the dealer.
And there it goes. The 7 deals in. Double East Dora 1, the 6,400 as just mentioned. You see all those sticks pouring out, most of them being hundreds, of course. But a yellow and a blue one for 6,000, and there you see it. And Saeki just complete control here.
Yeah, Nishizono did have her Seat Wind and a potential Sanshoku in her hand, and just kept going. It's possible that the dealer was not Tempai yet with just 1 call.
Yeah, it's often in the situation, Tateniu Dora too. You're a little surprised to see the Anko of the double Yakuhai wind, but
Right.
it can definitely happen. It's going to be the same value either way. And this hand is significantly worse. The more I look at it, the less I like it. It does have a Dora. That's about the only redeeming value. This looks like a Honitsu with a Dora. You can even call the West. Not your Yakuhai, but it's good enough. Hatsu pair here. Chu going to get cut. Goes and throws the Hatsu. I might have just cut the 7, so that's the type of hand I just like going for. Honitsu and Dora suit, I don't like thinking on hands like that. I just go instinctively.
I actually
Especially
really like
Nakanashi.
this hand, Sugano's hand.
Oh yeah, that 1-1-1
Yeah.
2-3 is a pretty nice shape. The 6 moves this to a potential Tanya, but it's still a long way off. Well, there's your pair to 4s. So definitely, this is Ishanten currently, but I really want Honitsu with that. Ooh, now Ishanten there as well, I believe, but a really messy one.
Yeah.
It's actually an extended Itotsu shape. We'll take the
I like this hand.
possible. Yeah, we'll take the possible Itsu upgrade.
Yeah, hedging that, and also the 5 is really easy for something to stick to it in the Manzu, so lots of flexibility in that hand. Which is why I love those hands with the triples that are connected to things. They also
There's
can be so
Hatsu. Will be
tricky.
called. Now Ishanten cuts the 2-mon. I'm going to hold the west for now. Of course, we know the question is, would it be called? And ooh, cuts the south here. Is Ishanten for Sonanko? And there's the Riichi.
There
This
it
is
is.
just Riichi Pinfu on 3-6. This is Tempai if you shove the 7 so.
Yeah, this is significantly less likable than that 1-1-1-2-3 shape, 1-1-1-2-4 shape, but she will push it.
And there's another pair up. This is also now an Ishanten for Chitoitsu. Not exactly the way you expect that hand to develop. Does not like the 4-7 Suji. You see the long pause here. If you pass the 2's safe and the 1s are probably safe, the question is how much do you want to fight for this hand? The normal play is just shove it, and that's going to be the play here.
Yeah, I think if you're not sure what could possibly be safe, you just give yourself an option at winning the hand. Instead of giving yourself only the option of dealing in or nothing. And I like how Sugano like shows us the tile before she discards. She's kind of holding it toward the camera, if you notice.
May have been on a broadcast table before. Oh, well, there's the 4.
Right there.
Go ahead and
Love it.
holds it, of course. And another tile, do you want to push this 3? You've now cleared the 7. You figure all the Pinzu tiles are probably safe at this point.
Looks like she's counting. How many chances are there for the end?
No, gives up with the 8, so.
Yeah, she
There's
has
a way
one.
back into it, but that feels like mostly a fold.
Discarding a pair means that the second one will also be safe, as long as nobody else tempais in the meantime.
There is the aforementioned pair cut. Ugh. Yeah, there goes the 8. 7, that is not Tempai. And you don't really want to have to push that 9 because it's by Dora, but at the same time, You have plenty of options. 2-pin is definitely a safe tile. I still don't think the 4 is that bad.
I think there might be some concern when you have a triple and then an extra of the same Suji.
Yes,
It
you
can
do have
be-
a bunch of items on the same Suji, but the early 2-pin, unless it was just an amazing starting hand, the 1's going to generally be safe. And if the 1's probably safe, and we know the 7's already passed, the 4's usually safe here. Well, there's the Dora, and we're going to see it call, just going for the, pwned, for the
Interesting.
Honitsu Dora 4. Chitoitsu Ishanten. There's our Tempai waiting on that Dora. This is Honitsu Dora 4. Has to win on the last pay pawn.
It's a really interesting choice.
Oh, and that's Tempai. This is 258.
The 8 is the winning tile for 2 different players. Maybe they're hoping the Riichi player will just be forced to discard it.
I think the 6 is fine. 9 passed, the 3 passed. As you can tell, I'm a fan of Nakasuji. I will generally trust it. Especially with this type of weight.
That's
The
my
only thing I can't
strategy.
tell is if this is Furi 10. Because I can't see all the Manzu tiles at this resolution.
It's true. I know one of them is a 3. I'm not sure what the first Monzu discard was, actually.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a 2 or even an 8. It can't be an 8. That wouldn't make
Actually,
any sense.
I think they're both 3s, if I look
It
on
may
the
be both 3. Okay, just giving up here.
YouTube, yeah. I look on the YouTube stream, they're both 3s. It's just
Oh,
not
well, there's a
quite
pair
as
up. This
good.
is also Toy Toy. The 9 is an option here. The question is, do you just wait on that 8? Because it's the same value either way. It's Hanemon or Hanemon. Either Toy Toy Honitsu Dora 3 or Honitsu Dora 4.
So she's
We're going to take the
contemplating
Toy
whether
Toy.
she thinks people will think that the last 8 will be safe since it was pwned and the Riichi player didn't win on it.
We see where those 7s and 9s are. There's the Sumo. Gonna shut this down. Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, and that's an Ura. So, nice little win there. Sugano's gonna jump into second place off of that.
1300, 2600, and then you get the 3 continuances. 1600, 2900. Which is big. That's approaching Mangon there.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Saeki, you're not that unhappy about the situation. Screw would have loved to win a huge hand there, but at the same time, this just moves the game along. No one's in any real danger, and even taking out the Sumo isn't that big a deal.
I mean, 7100 is about as close to Mangon as you're going to get without getting Mangon. And only 20,000 points away from first place player, but with the next turn as dealer, then definitely
I cut you off
can
right there.
come
That
back.
hand I like a lot. Double Yokuai pair. Honitsu has a Dora as well. So that's just all sorts of value. Speaking of Dora, there's a floater here that's really annoying to use. You're going to get the 7-pin. Just wants to float the Dora for a little bit.
Yeah, it's annoying, but at least it's a middle one that's easy for something to stick to it.
Well, that's what sticks to it. That is not what you were looking for.
Dora and Dora Suji.
Which can be fine, but not usually when the Dora is the 6 and you draw a 9. Oh, you know what connects to Dora really well? More Dora.
Yeah, we'll take it. It's worth exactly the same as the open Hoitsu would be worth anyway.
We now have Tempai waiting on Tuso. A cheap hand and a very expensive one. And now it's a 2 3-5 weight.
Yeah, my nice upgrade.
Now you just throw the 7. You can cut the 9 if you're willing to throw the Dora later, but I just threw the 7. I figure you just want the Chun anyway. There's so much value here. This is Ishan 10. We'll have to cut the Dora at Tempai, but I think you always just cut 1 pin here. The alternative is the 8-8, but just throws the Dora. That's an easy call. And now everyone sees Yakuhai Dora 3.
Yeah, she was hoping it was early enough that she could get away with it, and it was not.
Well, it did get away with it. Didn't pay out the Roan for
True.
it, but there's the sumo. And breathes a sigh of relief after the Dora had been thrown. Just a cheap hand there, just the East.
We'll have another dealer continuance. So it looks like it's very likely this game also will not make it to South 4.
Yes, it is. I say the East, but it's the double East, of course, because we are still in East 4. Doesn't feel like it, but this game has had a ton of repeats.
Emi Sugimura has always worked at the Ferry Mahjong Parlor. It's been worked there pretty much full time, which is of course owned by Yoko Watanabe, who Sugimura says she looks up to.
Well, probably a mentor-mentee relationship in there as well. We look at this nice little Tanyao type shape. Similarly, Tanyao maybe Pinfu. Haku pair up also uses a Dora. Dora is 5-pin. Couple pairs, not much else. Gonna get rid of some honors for now. Maybe Honetsu later. Six-so fills in nicely. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in Sozu. The 4 connects to the 5. South doesn't really do anything. We want to hold it in hopes of usage later. The 8 pairs up. This hand has a bunch of pairs. I like a 1-pin cut, actually. We're going to cut the 2-so, a little more efficient, but also a little hard to get Tanyao. 9-so Anko. 7-pin fills in nicely. And does end up cutting the 1-pin just a turn later. 9-so not held. There is a distant Itsu route, but just wants to keep the shapes as they are. 2 mon upgrades that to Ryanko with the 2-4-6 mon. 7 pins are a really interesting draw here. I would cut the west, but I think there are a bunch of options here. And we'll go ahead and throw the 7. 1 pairs up. This does allow you to potentially call this down, and we'll cut the Kanchan 7 mon. 4 loosely connects to the 6 here. 4, 5, 6 Sancho looking pretty good. The 9 extends the shape to a 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I like the 7-dot discard for this hand. We were talking about how holding too much Suji of the same Suji can be dangerous, especially around the Dora, I think.
Yes, that's the advantage of it. I think I don't prioritize safe tiles nearly as much as pros do, but we're getting to the point at which I might be picking one up, because that hand is just slow and very dangerous. Whole bunch of middle tiles and a few pairs even. 2-so actually moves this towards Tanyao, but we'll go ahead and throw the 2-so.
Yeah, actually at professional study sessions, they discuss that, of what sort of style you want to play with and you're comfortable playing with. So some pros will play more like you and hold on to fewer safe tiles from the beginning, while others will put more emphasis on defense and only push with really, really expensive hands.
Another pair up, getting close to Chitoitsu Tanyao. And see the hesitation, doesn't really like it. We'll go ahead and cut the safe tile now. Seven fills in nicely. Now Ishan 10.
Yeah, not quite the perfect Ishan 10, but still nice shape.
Three, so doesn't do much there, so back it goes. There's Tempai. This is Riichi Dora 1, 8-pin, 6-mon Jambon.
Might have preferred to have an outside tile for the shovel weight, but the 8 is not terrible.
It is Dorasuji, but at the same time, there are far worse options.
A lot of times if people draw a Dora and want to push with the hand, they might switch it out for the Suji tile.
Well, the problem is the 8 pin's already one cut, so you're much more likely winning on the 6, which didn't want the 5 Kanchan, because that was, of course, the only other option. And I feel this is one of those reaches where you're not even necessarily reaching to win, you're reaching to scare people off. And as dealer, if you win, great. And if you don't, you get a repeat. One soda do much here. I'll go and eventually cut the Haku.
You will see Sugimura's mentor Yoko Watanabe in group 13. So coming up in a future broadcast, of course, we already did see her, I think in the 5th broadcast or so.
Oh, and the backfire on the Shitoitsu, that would have been Tempai, but through the 3 last turn. And that moves this towards an Ishunta with that 4 fill. Now the 8 is Fuji as the Dora comes out. Nine pins already passed. Ugh, that is not the tile you wanted. This is technically Tempai, but the 6 is the deal in tile. We'll go ahead and Dama waiting on 6-mon Donkey for no Yaku.
Yeah, it's so late, just hoping that she can maintain Tempai until the end of the hand.
And with the 4-mon having just come out, throwing the 1 there in Dama seems perfectly reasonable. There's the 9-mon. Did not like it. Clearly does not trust this Suji. And think long and hard about whether the Tempai is worth it and says, nope, I'm out. He is correct that it is a scary Suji, but actually the 9 is safe.
Does feel like we're going to see another continuance. And now we're not wondering if we're going to make it to South 4. We're wondering if we'll make it to South 1 even.
And this is one where you look at the pods for a long time, and is there anything safe? And the answer is no. Well, is there anything kind of safe? I think 7-mon's okay. It goes and cuts the 6, so. 7-mon is not ideal.
The 1-mon did pass.
No, the 4-mon also passed is why. Uh-oh. Okay, that's right. The 6 did come out, but that 8 Suji is looking relatively safe here. We know that's the deal in tile.
Yeah, everyone has enough safe tiles, so I'll finish out the hand in a draw. And there it is.
There it is. Just the one-player Tempai. Everyone sees the Riichi Dora 1 with the Shumpon. More continuances. Another East 4. And just the Tempai payments is enough for Sugimura to now be within 1,000 of second place.
Yeah, and within a Mongon directive, first place even.
Yes, but at the same time, as dealers, I want to win something. I feel at this point your goal is second, and if you get on a run, then you start focusing on first.
I mean, this is her last turn at dealer. We're pretty sure, considering the clock.
Yeah, with
so...
the clock, unless everyone just
Yeah.
immediately starts calling for turn 3 1 on hands.
So I think she's probably going to prioritize just keeping the dealer turn as long as possible.
Yes. Pinfu type shape, a 7-pin would really help, of course, especially when 7-pin turns out to be Dora. Kind of ugly Kanchan everywhere. Pinfu type shape, maybe some sort of 4-5-6 Sanshoku in there if some shifting happens. Tumon does a little bit. Oh, there's the perfect draw. I was asking for it. There it comes.
That's the
Complete
opposite of the
shape.
commentator curse.
Completes the shape and has the ability to accept another one of those. 3-mon fills a potential penchant with a 1-1-2-3 now. The 9 fits in nicely. And ooh, that hand's starting to look very good. Cuts the 1, so also a possible tiny route. There's a Dora draw. You do have the overlap with the 4-5-7-8. And we'll give up on the Itsu, cutting 9 so. Another 9-mon. This hand already has a pair, so it's not going to do anything. You already cut the 8. Less doesn't do anything, just kind of switching a safe tile. Tuso fills in nicely with the 1-3. 5-mon as a floater isn't terrible. Definitely likes these Sozu floaters with a 3-so and 6-so. 4-mon's now an Onko. I feel this hand's going to be tiny. I don't even mind just cutting the 9-7, but we'll hold that block for now. South
Yeah, I think
miss.
those
Oh,
9-7
4, the
sorts
Kutsuki,
of
Shunten.
those 9-7 sorts of drops used to be a lot more popular, and they've kind of people have been holding on to them longer lately. They're always fads in mahjong plays.
Ugh, this hand is so hard to use. We're going to cut the 7 there. And, ooh, we see a pair up of the 7s here. 6 allows you to shift down. There's an argument to cut one of the Sozu shape, because even with that overlap, then you effectively have a nice floater tile near Dora for Yakutsuki. But now this 4-pin connects to the 5-6. It's on the cheap end, so the value's gone, basically. Unless you can eventually cut that 7-9 and turn it into a Sanju. Now we have the East pair up, and it is still Yakuhai. Ooh, now we have Tanyao, possible 6-7-8 Sanshoku.
Yeah, I'd definitely be eyeing that Sanshoku there. Especially when we don't know how many turns a dealer each player is going to have. You want to try and hedge some value.
There's ooh, big hand potential. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora, possible Sanshoku.
Definitely people are more likely to discard the 8 than the 5 in this situation. Don't see.
There's one of the
there.
5s and Ishan 10.
And one
There's
there.
the 8. Not going to cut it just yet. Oh, just a Patsumo. Riichi, Patsu, Sumo, Pinfu, Tanyao, Sanshoku, Dora. I think that's Baimon.
Mahjong 101. Reach with open-ended and draw your winner. Ipatsu even.
I'll wait for the scores up. Yeah, 18,000. That was a Baimon. Sugano says, I thought Saeki might be a little out of range, but why don't we just sumo it on the expensive end on the first draw and jump right into first. And now we have a very close fight for first and a very close fight for third. As Sugimura, who had a bit of a buffer there, takes the extra 4,000 on the sumo and drops down to fourth.
And we did make it to South 1. I think we only have about 15 minutes left on the clock. Not sure exactly how much, but somewhere around there.
Nice Peiko shape in Pinzu. The rest of the shapes are kind of messes, but Kanchan. A bunch of So in this hand. The question is, you go all out for Honitsu or even Chinitsu with these shapes. It is the Dora suit. The 4-mon connects to the 5. Hand progressing a little bit there. Possible 2 Sanshoku with a Tanyao. If you get the red draws, the 5 fills in the Yamen there. Still had a couple Kanchan to get rid of. And ooh, that 5-mon cut definitely suggests that is a Honitsu play. 2-pin pairs up. least he gets that hand ahead, and there's the 2-3-4 Sanjuku getting a little closer. 4 connects to the 3 still loosely. You do have that 1-3-7-9 going to be fixed at some point. Styles doesn't fit. Namon can fit, but was thrown last turn, so doesn't want it last turn, doesn't want it now. And that's going to be the play here. It does cut the 1-3, and it does get called because this is a Honetsu moving toward Chinitsu. Looked like there was a Homba that had to be exchanged, that the calculation wasn't right. Must have been a judge call there.
To sneeze and did not.
7 so going to be cut here. Ooh, the 5-pin allows a lot more Repeiko shifts. Makes that shape very complex. 1 pin doesn't really do much. It's not going to really play for the Itsu, just play efficiency. The North doesn't do anything. 9 pin, ugh, that doesn't help. That's one where it technically can help, but it's so far. The question is, do you want to go for the 7-8-9 Sanjuku? That'd be the only way you could play this, and that would suggest maybe a 3-4 Mon cut. I don't really like it. I just throw this back. That's going to be the play.
Yeah, it's like a deceptive Sanshoku materials in there.
Well, anytime you have a Sanjuku and you have to fill a Kanshan 3 different times, but your other shapes are good, just don't take it.
Yeah.
2 Mons a miss. The Honetsu was moving quickly for a while and seems to be stuck. Now Ishanten there for a potential Riichi Dora 1.
The other thing you want to keep in mind with those Sanshokus is when you have to fill in 1 tile for each one, that means you're a minimum of 2 away. And when the other shapes are only 1 away, it's a definite speed loss.
I will sometimes do that, but usually it's with Junchan involved. Why? Because Junchan involved usually means the hand was pretty bad to begin with.
Yeah, other factors, how many points you need if you're in a league or a tournament or just a single game. There'll be a lot of things to think about when you make
Well,
that
there's the
decision.
Ryanman Phil. Now Ishanten. Switching the Yakuhai here now that we are in South Round. There is a South. Doesn't really do anything.
I wonder if the...
5 Mon, technically a little bit more acceptance, but just throw it back is definitely normal play. No, that is still Ishanten. 5 so gives you an option to go for the other Sanshoku with some shifting. I kind of like just throwing it back though. We'll cut the 2 so. So 2-3-4 Sanshoku is now out. 2 pin, that is definitely Tempai. Do you want the Riichi Nomi here, or do you cut 9 so? Because Dama's here. Wants the Dora or at least Dora acceptance. Ooh, 6 so. This hand's starting to get a little closer, but it is late.
I think it's just 1 away, but like you say, late. Still probably worth calling to get that Tempai. There's 2 away. Misread one of the groups.
Doesn't like the Haku, gonna hold it, and that's basically giving up, cutting the 2 pin. With 3, there's our Tempai. This is Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, possible Tanyao on 6-9. I was referring to this hand, just waiting on that 8. Dama still. And gives it up. You're not getting Tenpai if you don't take this call, and if you take this call, you're still probably not getting Tenpai. I like it for the Ipatsu break.
The only thing is, it's a pawn. Is the white dragon is safe though, right?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Pretty
it's a
safe.
chi,
Hatsu's
sorry.
safe. Yeah, there's okay. It does
Yeah.
take the chi. Allows
Definitely
you to use
wanted
the 6
chi
or
for
the 9.
Ipatsu breaks. Yeah.
Oh no, on the backfire. Didn't want to cut the 4-pin last turn, and as a result, does not get Tenpai here.
Yeah, we
Back
do
to
like.
Tenpai waiting on 3 so. But that's going to be the deal in. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanya. Is that 2 Aura? Looks like it. That's a huge hand.
Sugimura is back in the game.
Yeah, gets some
9,000
off of it, a
points.
direct hit. And Saeki breathes a sigh of relief here.
And now I feel like every hand we have to be like, we made it to South 2. Because we are coming up on the clock call very soon here.
Nishizono here is back up against the wall. Needs a big run here, and we're running out of time. So big hand is the goal and has a bunch of Manzu tiles. Can you turn this into Honitsu, or do you just go for regular Pinfu? I imagine you just cut an honor for now because the 579 is still a pretty good shape. There's also an Itsu route in Manzu. Formon is Dora too. You're always looking for any excuse to call. There is a Tanya route even. Chun pair. Kind of a Pinfu, but a messy one. Similarly, that's definitely a Pinfu type hand. Well, I just want to go Tanya with this. I just want to cut the west, and if I see a 6 in so or pin, I'm just taking it. One of the advantages of having 2 Dora is you don't have to think usually as hard about it. You just need to win the hand.
Right. See, an 8-dot draw would make this hand really interesting.
Yeah, possible Sanshoku is a different route. We'll see if the south comes out. Can also cut the Tumon, but I feel the south's the normal play. There it goes. How'd you turn to do anything?
Prefer the Tanya route to the Sanshoku route. So I'd prefer not to draw the 8-dot. But when you prefer not to.
Towards 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. Ooh, 6-1 pair. Ugh. Here I kind of do like cutting the 2, so we'll cut the 9, so definitely wants to go Tanya with this, which would be really awkward with the 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. Although there's a different way to interpret that hand. You can treat it as a 2, 4 and a 4, 6, 6, 7, 8.
That's what it is. She might be thinking about calling both of those.
Five so moves his hand towards Itsu. 5 pin allows an upgrade, but would lose the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. We'll hold both for now, the 2, 4, 5. 4, so more Sozu tiles. His hands just pair and so, but you don't ever really want to cut that 5, 6 unless you have to. And that was the decision. Could have called that one, but doesn't take it. It's definitely preferring the closed option.
I might be more willing to call things now with a lot more pawn options, but also closer to all pairs, which I hate for this hand because.
Yeah, I honestly don't even hate cutting the 9 mon, but that's going to be the play.
Yeah, I think you hedge the most options there.
Speaking of pairs, another Yakuhai pair here. Cut the 4 pin. As well as Dora acceptance and can still go Honitsu potentially. 8 pin going to be held as a floater. Does have the 9 pin in the discard, so not quite as good as it looks. 9 so. Didn't like it earlier. Throwing it now again. 1-1's a miss. West is also a miss. 4 so. Ooh. Thinks the shapes are okay and just throws it. Wants the safe to hold. Oh, well, that's another Dora. Now, the potential here is you may end up Furiton. I think you almost have to cut 7, 8.
It's, not Dora, but.
Oh, sorry, it's the 4. It's a triple up.
It gives a lot more like calling options, I would think,
Yeah,
for
cuts
the.
the 2 for now, locking the door a pair in.
I imagine she just pulled
If that 6
whatever.
comes out, that's an instant pull, and as far as I'm
Yeah.
concerned, that solves all your problems. 4-pin doesn't do much. Oh, well, just drop back into it. So we're Ishan-10 now.
Yeah, but the shits that you end up
Absolutely
waiting for,
hideous.
yeah, suck.
What do we even
Whatever comes,
cut?
even here, even if you end up keeping the 9, I'd still rather pull in the 6 later and get rid of that 9
Yeah,
again.
I kind of like 5 so, but everything's bad. Maybe the 7? No, the 7 isn't out. That's a 1 with a graphic on it. I feel you cut one of the pairs, but we'll cut the 7 so likes all the pairs as is. There's also a really awkward Totora, but it is really awkward. There's a 6. We're about to find out. Nope, going to keep it closed.
Interesting. I think I would pull in that.
8-pin pairs up now. Ishunten for Itsu. Oh, well, what about Sunanko? I mean, you just Riichi this. There's not much to think about. Riichi, Dora 3, possible Sunanko. This is the comeback hand that is desperately needed.
Yeah, I just hate the Shava with those middle tiles. But what else can you do there?
Well, the thing about Sunanko is you don't even really want the road. Although here with 3 door, you'd absolutely take it. You definitely want the sumo. Maybe potentially Riichi sumo, Sananko Dora 3, Iniura's Baimon. And we talk about that last hand being a Baimon changing the game. This would also do it even more so as this is dealer.
Like, I don't think the middle tile of Shabaway is even just about the roll, it's just that those tiles are so easily used in other people's hands that it's so hard to tell if they're left in the wall or not.
Yeah, you never know if they're on the wall. At the same time, no one else knows if they're on the wall either unless they have them. Yeah, 7-pin 5 so.
We know the 7-pin is a pair.
There's one of those 5 so.
Right there, pair in
Yeah,
that
so
hand.
just the 1 5 so is what we're drawing to.
Sugano will fold, so she's definitely not going to deal in those 7 dots. So we have 1 5 so in the wall. Is that what we're drawing for?
Just drawing the last 5 so. That's not it. You can feel the tension. Anytime you have a hand like this, you're just like, please, just come. I don't care how it comes. Just give it to me. I have to win this hand. If Nishizono does not win this hand, she's a very likely to end up 4th. And especially with her team Firebird is, can't really afford it.
Yeah, I think we have enough time that she will have 1 return at dealer at least. Even if she doesn't win. But what she really needed is to win this hand and have another turn at dealer.
2 pins, another miss. And we're out of draws. And everyone sees it and goes, oh, that's Dora 3 with possible Sodanko. I'll gladly pay you 1,000 to shut this nonsense down.
She goes again. I think
All
this
you
might.
can do is put yourself in position to get the draws. If the draw doesn't come, well, sometimes the walls has decided it's not your day, but huge hand building there. Got maximum value potential out of that hand, but couldn't cash it in.
She is within spitting distance of 3rd place, though, so it wasn't
Yeah, it's not all
totally in
for
vain.
naught, but
Yeah.
at the same time, there's such a big difference, even between 2nd and 3rd, when you just factor in the fact we're playing 2010. So there's a 20 delta between second and third for the Uma.
And I do think this is our last hand. The clock has been called.
All right, well, we have kind of a pinfu hand here, a floating door, a couple pairs, but I feel there's a lot of ways to get around it. The 7 pairs up doesn't really do much. This hand also the Dora. Set an East pair. Of course, this is dealer, so it is a Yaku high. But if you look at the score condition, you probably have to keep this closed. Friso fills the Kanchan there, getting a little closer. 2 pin now accepts Dora, also a potential 1-2-3 Sanshoku, but probably going to give it up cutting the 1-mon. Thinks about it and says, yeah, okay, we'll just take the Dora acceptance. 5 extends that to a 1-3-5-7, one of my least favorite shapes. Anytime you have those odd numbers, especially like the 1-3-5-7-9, it's like, it could be Itsu, but it just never is.
So I think Nishizono is probably going for a hand worth around 3,900, whether she draws it or it's discarded.
Right,
Oh.
looking for maybe Riichi, Sumo, Ton.
Yeah, even Riichi would be. I think it might just be enough with the.
With a 13 in the middle right now. It's going to agree with
Yeah.
it. I think it's a little short. A 6. Ooh, that is Ishan 10. Do you just give up on the Dora and cut the 2 pin here for efficiency? I feel you do, because if you draw a Dora, you can still connect to the 5s here. But I just always cut the 2.
I think you want to do. You just want to aim for reach and not worry too much about Dora. You want to be able to use it if it comes, but like you said, you can use it with the 5.
No, cuts the East. Okay, that was very unconventional.
Looks like she's going for, like, looking at Pinfu maybe only.
Well, the problem is the East has been discarded once already, so it wasn't a great way. Oh, just draw Dora next turn. If you just
Yeah,
know what the wall's going to give you, you can pull that move every time.
That's a Sawazaki strategy there.
Force allows his hand to move towards a Tanyao. South doesn't do much, but now Ishunten for Riichi, Dora, possible Pinfu. 7 so pairs up. Definitely Tanyao now. 2 so. Possible Itsu, but the 1 so in the discard is not really worth it. Throws the 2 so back. Just going to hold a couple safe tiles, sitting there in first place at 35.9. Saeki doesn't really have any interest in getting involved, especially with time having been called. 3, greatly upgrades the shape, just to be the 6-mon. There it is. Upgrades to perfect Ishan 10. 6 moves this to Ishan 10 as well. 5 fills in nicely. Can just cut the 2 so here. And the thought here is you cut a Pinzu just so you don't have to cut another one later. And cut the 7, so we'll go ahead and take the Kanchan on 3 so. In order to keep the Ryankan in Pinzu. West doesn't do much. Tupin fills in, but this hand still isn't there.
And I did the calculation. I think 1,000 all will be just enough for Nishizono to take over third place. She'll end up with 18-7.
There's Senpai. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1. That's definitely enough to take over.
Yeah, well, more than enough.
Of course, with the scoreline, a Sumo and an Ura for Mongon would be second place. Would overtake even Sugano.
Sugimura, I think, is also going to push this. She does not want to end up in last place and negate all the positive that she brought her team in the last.
There's Tenpai.
hand.
We'll have to shove the 6 pin. This is Tenpai on 3 so. May also be deciding whether the Riichi's worthwhile.
Each Tanya Dora would be 5,200.
I think you absolutely Riichi because Sumo is Mongon. Nope, just
She's
trying
gonna
to
look
accept
for
a wider
Pinfu.
shape.
Yeah. She wants Min Tamping Dora.
Well, there it is. Takes it. Gets this up to a 5-8, so a Riichi Pinfu Tanyao Dora. Sumo would also be second place.
Ipatsu and Ura would give her Hanemon.
Which with 33 in the middle should overtake. At the same time, you have a mediocre hand here that you really want to get involved in, but it's just not there.
It's just one
Hey,
away and the
so
streaks are so
that's
good.
the Ipatsu, Riichi Ipatsu, Pinfu,
And
and then Ura. That's
It
a
is
Hanemon. It's a
Hanemon.
direct hit. It will be second place. The Sumo means Saeki doesn't have to pay anything out, but that's going to be a second place. Huge comeback win there.
She looks happy about that. Yeah. I wonder if this is Saeki's first.
Well, it will be Saeki being first here.
She's emotional.
45.9. Oh, thank you. I'm so happy there. Relieved. Just you feel the emotion coming out. Sugimura at the 13.4. Very happy with it, I'll let you see that big win. Sugano on the other end, though, a little frustrated, and Nishizono just you have to laugh it off and move on. Sometimes the wall just says no.
Yeah, I think looking at Saeki's score, she had minus 45.9 going into this with only 4 games, so it's very possible that's her first place place ever in Yukan Fuji, and she got it on the broadcast table.
Well, congratulations to her.
Happy ending for her.
Yeah, just a lot of repeats. It didn't feel like there were a bunch of big hands, and then we got to East 4, and they all happened at once.
Yeah, no big hands, but yeah, made it to what, South 2?
Yeah, South 2.
Long games. We started with
the
shortest game we've ever seen on this stream, and then 2 games that didn't even finish because the time ran out.
Yet another reason to hate being in North Seed. But North Seed does pay off there, stealing the second place on the Ipatsu. You need the Ipatsu and the Ura to overtake second. A big win there.
Yeah, Sugimura showing off her experience. She, like you said, you would have shoved that waiting for the middle 3-way, and
yeah, the 3-so, which wouldn't have come out at least at that point.
She waited and got something better and won the Ipatsu. Paid off in this case.
Absolutely. Huge win. Well, let's take a look at the standings for today. Okay, so this is the results coming in.
Right, so after session 8, Firebird is way behind. And this is today's game, so NicoNico is in second place for the day, and Citrus just got a massive positive.
Big win there in the end. Positive all 3 games, always feels nice. And Firebird, oof. Nishizono had a couple big hands there towards the end that could have made up some ground, but just couldn't cash them in. And MahjongxBar Full Flash has a really rough second game and ends up taking negative, but negative 40 is recoverable.
Yeah, they went into game 2 with 170 points and dropped down to under 100 with the games 2 and 3.
And then the new standings, we have MahjongxBar Full Flash in first place at 91.8, and NicoNico now less than a 40-point spread. MahjongxBar Citrus there at the 38.4, and Firebird has a lot of work to do. The only real thing you can say for Firebird is this isn't like some of the other tables where someone's sitting at plus 300. There is a route back, but it's a long way. Feels like this race between the top 3.
This does end their session 5, so it's session 9 total, but I think they're only on they've just finished session 5 with these games, so potentially I still have maybe 1 or 2 sessions to kind of set the tone for a comeback. But we started out with 3 teams negative and ended up with 3 teams positive. So most of the people who needed to win did win, save Firebird.
All right, then. So, any real closing thoughts?
Well, happy Thanksgiving yesterday to everybody. It's still Thanksgiving weekend, Black Friday. Any plans for the long weekend?
No, I don't have any. Maybe do some early Christmas shopping. If you're into electronics, of course, stuff will be on sale for the next week or so, because of course it's Black Friday and then Cyber Monday. So all those sales are going on, but for me personally, not too much going on.
Yeah, the Black Friday, there's no Thanksgiving in Japan, but the Black Friday deals go on for about 2 weeks, and there's no Cyber Monday. So
Well,
just
it
like
makes
this idea
sense
of Black
that
Friday.
everyone knows what Black Friday is, even if you just don't align with the United States on that. Europe does the same thing. Canada does the same. Canada has their own Thanksgiving, but it's not at the same time as the U.S. one. But they still get Black Friday because a lot of those things are made by U.S. companies. Anyway, so
Right,
we have
so-
had 3 weeks of broadcasts in a row now.
Oh my god, I'm almost dead.
It's
That's a lot of
been
work.
intense. We will be taking a week off and then seeing you December 12th for our next broadcast. Same time as always, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. in the UK. And for all of us here and the Yukan Fuji broadcasting team, wishing you a good night.
Thank you, everybody.